Welcome to our viewers who are watching Online Future Day Conference 2015 India, organized by India Future Society. Myself, Avinash Kumar Singh, uh, founder of India Future Society. And I also like to welcome to all the speakers who just joined already and who are going to join soon during the talk. We are gathered here today to talk and celebrate about Future Day, also the future technology. It was first celebrated in the 2012 as a Future Day in the first March, and every year more and more groups around the world, celebrating this more bigger way, more different kind of way. Some are organizing talks, some are organizing conferences, discussion, and different way of celebration. Actually, the main motto behind today's conference as well as the Future Day is to talk and spread about the future, and also, of course, encourage others to join our hand to make this world better in terms of futurism of what we are working on toward the future. Let me also like to introduce very shortly about our India Future Society, the one we founded with the Siddharth, which is not available today. India Future Society is a young non-profit organization. It's based in India, actually in Bangalore, officially, but it's spread in all over the India with different small part of the group. And we just try to make every effort to save better future in India as well as a neighboring country. We are doing the things like spreading message for the future, about the future all around the India. Also encouraging the researcher, politicians, the student, as well as the school student to think about the future, okay, and how we can contribute toward to make this world better, and as well as India mainly, because it is assumed that maybe in India and by 2050 we will be the most populous country. So, and also like in terms of power, we also become one of the most powerful country. So it's also the responsibility from India as one of the best, not best, but yeah, one of the major country to do such thing and also encourage others. So again, I also welcome anyone who is there who think and want to contribute toward this better future, join India Future Society, contribute toward our effort and also toward the humanity, if I say in other words. And we are gathered here today for the same purpose, to discussing about future, humanity, and here all the futurist researcher, writer like V4 and other speaker joining and also talk about this future. Okay, so I like to invite first Harish Shah. He's actually belongs to the Singapore, but his origin is India ultimately. He's a consultant at, he's actually has a consultancy called Stratserv, right? Right, Harish?
Yeah, Stratserv Consultancy.
Yeah. He's also known as a Singapore futurist and continue writing about the futurism, vision for the future and different topic related to it. I would like to invite the Harish to start his talk. Harish, please.
Yep. How are we on time, Avinash? How much time have you allocated to me?
Every speaker has almost 30 minutes, so you can talk around 25 to 30 minutes all lump sum.
Okay. I'm going to display my I'm going to display my presentation. Let me know if you can see it.
Yes,
Yes.
we can see.
Okay, and I'm trying to go full screen.
Okay.
Then, can you guys, can everyone see this on the screens?
Not the full screen, yeah, but uh,
Are you able to see it now? Because it's on full screen on my screen.
no, it's always the problem. Still not seeing the full screen.
Just go
You
the
can
usual
talk
screen,
like
I
that.
think.
You can talk like that, the one you are showing us. It's fine.
Okay. All right, fine. Because what I'm using is screen sharing, so I'm not sure whether that's working.
Yeah, actually it
Yes.
should work, but it's tricky, little tricky for everyone. That sometimes it has some every time we do the hangout, the similar kind of problem we face with some speaker. So it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. You can continue with that.
Okay. All right. Good evening, everybody, and at least it's evening in Singapore. And thank you for having me. Thank you for introducing me, Avinash, once again on India Future Society's India Future Day conference, second time running. Please forgive me this evening for any break on my part or difficulty with my voice or difficulty with my presentation because I'm not in the pink of health today. Sincere apologies. I'll try my best to remain coherent. The topic of the presentation today, as discussed with India Future Society in the run-up to this conference, is that the need to reinvent education to survive the future we have been inventing. And the reason why I've entitled this as such is because the future uh, is always the product of our work, our labor, and our planning, just as the present is of the same that we have done in the past. So let's talk about the present first. The present is the result of what we collectively did in the past. It's a product of the convergence of the following that have led to our present: our decisions, our choices, our actions, efforts, plan, labor, our inventions, such as the telephone, the television, the wheel, um, the discovery of fire, our innovations, such as all the improvement of our processes, automation, and our transactions, meaning all the buying and selling and the dealings we've done, the business and commerce we've engaged in with each other uh, through the times, through history. And when we say we, we, what I particularly mean is all of us human beings across the globe, everywhere, collectively. In this sense, we are all collectively responsible for the state of the present, meaning whatever we have today in our respective countries, as at 1st March 2015, is a direct result or indirect result, at least if not direct, to at least some degree of significance of everything that humanity has done on this planet right up to this time that has led to the convergences resulting in the products we have, in the lifestyles we have, in the economies we have, in the system of society that we have, in the politics we have. We are all therefore collectively responsible for how the present came about. And I think that's pretty straightforward and simple. Having understood the present, let's talk about the future. And if at any point of time I become inaudible, please do let me know, Avinash.
Yeah.
Okay. So talking about the future, similarly to the present, the future is what we are making of it.
Uh,
We are all collectively sorry.
Harish, sorry
Yep.
to interrupt. Are you changing the slides?
I just changed the slide. Slide you should see now is let's talk about the future.
It's not changing. It's on the first itself. I guess Ilya, right?
Oh, sorry. Let me see. Can you see this slide now?
I can see you now.
Goodness gracious. Okay, this is the previous slide you should have. What slide are you seeing on your screens right now?
Mm, I let's talk about the future.
Okay, so this is where I am at the moment. Do you
Can you
want me?
change the slide? I will let me confirm that it's changing or not.
Okay. Can you see this slide that says let's talk about the present now?
No, still let's talk about the future.
Okay, because I get the stream below that says Hangouts is sharing your screen with plus.google.com. Um, uh, oh. Okay, let me try this again.
Okay.
I think screen sharing won't work. Is there something that I can stream what I'm doing or?
Can you quickly send me the slide and I can do for you?
Okay, I mean I've emailed them to you. Have you got them?
Oh yeah, I have. Sorry. I have.
Okay,
Wait a second.
right. I'm sorry about that.
No problem. It happened with everyone. It's technology and we are talking about technology, but yeah, it's sometimes not helping. It happens sometimes. It's fine. So when we need it at most, we got such kind of problem.
Right.
So when I start sharing, just let me know when you want to change just next, and I will change it. Okay?
Okay. Should I restart or continue from where I left off?
No, you can start from where you left.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna share. Right? Are you able to see
Give me a second. Yep.
what you're seeing?
I'm seeing the lead slide, so I need to see the next slide. Um,
Is it the full window slide or is like?
it's a full window slide now.
Okay, that's great. So I'm changing to the second now. Second is there. Let's talk about the present.
Yep. Then I think I covered that. So that's just
Okay.
let's just have an overview of that for the audience, and then perhaps you go on to the next slide, which is on the future.
So okay, so the second slide first. Okay, we can start from here.
No, it's the same thing. It's still there.
So should I change to third?
Yes, please.
Okay, now
But I'm still seeing the first slide on my screen. I'm not sure about the rest.
Ilya. Hello,
I
Ilya.
see. I see the same one. I see the same one, and see the same one.
Okay, wait.
It seems Google is not allowing us to show our presentations as we want them to be seen today, at least starting with me.
Wait. Happen sometime. Fine.
What you were sharing is very interesting, actually. So maybe you just go on
Now,
and
now the
share your
second.
thoughts without the presentation.
Oh, that changed.
Ah, this is where I am.
Is it the full screen?
Okay. Yes, it's full
Is it the
screen.
full screen?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Wait, because I am not able to go the full screen. It's
Okay.
strange.
It's we're having very strange issues. I guess it's just my luck. I'm sorry if I've jinxed the conference that everything that can go wrong is going wrong today, but I hope it's worth the trouble. I'm very sorry. Thank you for helping me with this, Avinash.
Always. Um, so, okay, what?
Okay.
Strange.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, because I am stuck with the problem also.
Okay. And I promise the rest that those who would like to see what's on the simplistic slides that I've created to guide the topic, I'll send it to anyone who needs it later. Or I can get help from Avinash in the distribution.
So, okay, now finally I got the thing.
Okay, should I carry on?
Yeah, let me know which slide you are seeing. Just carry on.
It's the right one.
Is
It's
it
the correct
changing?
one.
Is it changing?
I see. Let's talk about the future. So that's the one we need at the moment.
Is it changing?
No, nothing's changing. Apparently, Google is not picking up the changes. Oh, I tell you what. Let's go with Elena's suggestion. Let me just speak without the slides
Okay,
today.
problem. Okay,
And for anyone who needs the
I will
slides,
create the slide.
okay, thank you very much. Apologies, everyone. I think that's a bit out of our control. Um, so sorry for the distraction. Let's talk about the future. Okay, let me recap where we left off. Basically, what I mentioned earlier before the disruption was that the present is a result of everything we have done in the past, all our actions, all our transactions, all our innovations and inventions. And so similarly, the future, now I'm coming to the future. The future is what we are making it. That's what the future of that's ahead of us is going to be. We are all collectively responsible for the future because it will be a direct outcome of the convergences of occurrences and developments in the present as well as the past, because what has happened in our past will not go away. What we have invented in the past, if it's not going to be used in the future, will at least be the basis or a stepping stone towards new inventions of today or tomorrow that will create the future. The occurrences and developments of the present and past leading to the future are a result of, again, our collective decisions, our collective choices, our collective actions, our collective efforts, our plans, our labor, individual labor, group labor that we invest in any work, inventions, innovations, and transactions. So we are all effectively inventing the future collectively, together. And the key word here is convergence, because nothing in this world, I keep repeating this in everything that I do as a professional futurist, as a management consultant, that nothing we ever do in the world, even if you take the principles of systems thinking, ever happens in a silo. Nothing happens individually or independently. Nothing happens without having a ramification elsewhere. So therefore, the key word is convergence. What we have been doing in the past and what we are doing today is all leading to convergences that produce an output that becomes the reality of the time period ahead. So let's talk about then the future we are inventing. The future we are currently inventing today, or we have rather been inventing up to this point, and we are still in the process of inventing, and that we will accomplish in the very near future. In fact, we are already at the doorstep of that future, is one where we have mass automation. What does mass automation mean? Mass automation means everything in the world is automated. Your transportation is automatic. Your data management is automatic. Your production, your factory lines are automatic. Customer service is automatic. Governance, your governmental services, public services are automated. Your generic services, uh, laborious processes, they're all automated. So that's mass automation. We are seeing robotization. What is robotization? such as logistics being run by robots. You have drone delivered products to your doorsteps. You go into a restaurant, you are seeing robot drones deliver your orders to your table. We are also seeing virtualization, which means very little needs to happen. A lot of what we do today in terms of our interaction. The India Future Society's India Day conference is an example of virtualization. It's a conference that, for the second year running, is not in physical space. It's in cyberspace. So our interactions are taken away from the physical space, physical realm, into the virtual space. We are going into a future where we'll be working alongside our colleagues as if we are seated physically next to each other. You'll feel that way, but in reality, it won't be that way, because each of us will be sitting maybe in our bedrooms, perhaps at our kitchen tables, perhaps on a beach in Hawaii or in Bora Bora. And when we work with each other, when we interact with each other, it won't feel like that, because we'll be wearing headsets, we'll have computers connected to our brains, we'll be connected to the World Wide Web, and there'll be a virtual space within that, a virtual office space, where we'll be interacting with each other in what we want to see each other as, and how we want to see each other dressed smartly in office attire at workstation. So that's the kind of future we are inventing. We are also seeing mass integration, where everything is getting embedded and integrated alongside each thing. For example, you're seeing solar energy merge with 3D printed material, with automated driving systems. So you have effectively an autonomous vehicle that drives on its own, that's 3D printed, and it's powered by the sun. And not just that, but your data, your information, the real meaning of mass integration, where data, information, your computer systems, your social networks are all interconnected, meaning you launch one platform when you go into a computing system, and everything that you're connected through, your business email, your Facebook account, your LinkedIn account, all your information can be accessed from one place. And from within that system, you can also control your home, you can control your car, you can control your office. Everything is integrated into a single system. Your entertainment is mass integrated. Effectively, we are going to what we call, in inverted commas, smart world. Smart world meaning we've talked about the smartphone till today. In the last 5-10 years, we've talked about smart television, but effectively day to day everything is becoming smart. We have the smart office, we have the smart home, we have, let's say, the team in Singapore right now, smart nation, a smart Singapore. It wants to be the world's first smart city. India wants to build 100 smart cities. So we are increasingly becoming a smart world, and that's the future we are inventing. And we are also going into limitless communication, where anyone, anywhere can contact and converse with anyone, anywhere, without difficulty, without barriers, including language. When we talk about things like brain-to-brain communication, when we talk about brain-to-computer communication, when we talk about communication across languages, where I think in English, and Elena, for example, can pick me up in any language she's comfortable with. Avinash can pick me up with any language he's comfortable with, and Dr. Elia can pick me up with any language he's comfortable with, and then vice versa. So that's the kind of world we are going into. That is the future we are inventing. Having talked about the future we are inventing, let's talk about the picture of it. Whatever I told you about the picture we are inventing in the last 3 minutes or so may sound something out of the Star Trek movie franchise, or may sound something like out of a fiction novel, but here is reality as at 2015. Singapore and London are to test pilot autonomous vehicles on their mainstream roads before the end of 2015, meaning before 1st January 2016, Singapore and London will have seen the autonomous vehicle, no drivers, on their mainstream roads, piloted by regular passengers. This is the picture of our future that's a reality today. Japan will have the world's first completely robot-run hotel before the end of 2015, meaning before 1st January 2016. This is very, very much the present. You will have a hotel if you visit Japan as an option to stay at where you will not see a single human being working as your chambermaid, working as the barmaid, working as a receptionist, working as the bellboy, or the chef, waiter, nothing at all. Every single person, well, there won't be a person. Every single employee, well, there won't be an employee. So really, the correction here is every single servant of the hotel, every single operator inside the hotel seeing to the guest needs will be a robot, will be a machine. So this is a reality. Another, going further into the picture of future that's a present reality today, an F&B outlet, a food and beverage outlet in Singapore is piloting drone waiters in 2015. So by June, there will be a restaurant in Singapore where you walk in, you make an order, or you place an order, and a drone, a helicopter drone, will deliver drinks, your foods, your bill even to your table. This is the picture of the future that we are inventing. 3D printed solar powered cars have been unveiled by university students in 2015 in Singapore. This came out in January, early February. So National University of Singapore was responsible for this. Brain-to-brain communication was successfully tested between India and France in 2014, and this is in September last year. So that's like 5-6 months ago. This is the picture of the future. So when I talk about unlimited communication, when you talk about mass automation, mass integration, it may sound like it's sci-fi or it's something that's 30, 40, 60 years away. Well, reality check, wake up and smell the coffee world. It's already here. It's just that the majority, as has always been in history, the majority always slow to catch on. The yuppies always the first. The same thing happened to the smartphone, right? When Apple released the iPhone, when iPhone was first on the market, it was a very few who first got their hands on the iPhone, and majority of humanity was thinking, no, this is just a fad. It's too far away. It's too complex, too advanced. You can't work with a phone that has no keys. But wait, everyone uses a smartphone today. If anyone has a mobile phone, it's a smartphone. So that's the picture of the future, and that's the future that we are inventing. Having talked about the picture of the future, let's talk about the results that await. The results is in the results of the future we are creating, that the picture of the future is telling us that this is what we are headed towards. Within the lifetimes of Gen Y, including the very first people to be born in Gen Y, for example, myself, I was born in the first year in which, well, Generation Y is considered to have been born. Within our lifetimes, or within the natural lifespan of anyone who's a Gen Y living today, what we are going to get in our world is that the blue-collar jobs, meaning the jobs of your cleaners, of your mechanics, your factory line workers, will all virtually disappear. They'll hardly remain anywhere on the face of this planet. That's within the next 30, 40 years. White-collar jobs, as we know today, will decrease very, very drastically. There was a casual conversation that I had with Avinash not too long back. I think it's less than a month ago, where I told him, and he was rather concerned about it, that up to 90% of all IT jobs that you can think of today will disappear. So that's a frightening thing to wake up to, because all the IT students that you're training today all over the world, in IIT of India, in MIT, USA, and so on, or all the young IT graduates you have who are in their early 20s today, where are they going to go? Anything repetitive or quantitative will be automated, meaning your statistician's job will be automated. Your coding job, now this is an interesting part. Man codes a program on his computer so that the computer can run and do what man wants the computer to do. But think of it, now that the man can code a program that further codes other programs, because a program is basically a sequence of codes and figures and numbers, then what happens? You don't need the programmer anymore. Automated commerce or e-commerce will be a dominant business model. What is automated commerce? Automated commerce means one businessman or entrepreneur, one human being sets up a system, a network of computers, software, machines, drones, and you have production and delivery all completely automated, running autonomously, where machines and software talk to each other on their own after they're set up. And the job of the human owner is just to oversee and supervise and look at the accounts. In the sense that he does not even have to do auditing because there's an accounting software that runs itself. What the owner really looks at is, okay, is my profit continuously growing or not? That's automated commerce. What that means is no more human resource department, because no more human resource, because in such a business model, you don't have any employees at all. You just have one employer owner, one founder owner, and that's it, one-man company. Then what you have is we will have severely damaged by the end of all of this, when we have accomplished a world where automated commerce is the norm, where anything repetitive and quantitative is automated, white-collar jobs have decreased, blue-collar jobs will have disappeared. We will have severely damaged our environment and climate along the way, and this will need a lot of fixing. And we can say this because we have already been doing this for a very long time. We can see the results of global warming, we can see the results of the deforestation and so on. And quite honestly, what we do not take seriously enough today, despite all the talks in the world, is that we are a major existential risk upon ourselves because of the harm we are doing to our human environment, of our global environment, of our planetary environment. While we are painting this picture that a lot of people may see is very negative, here's the true reality of all of this. There will be new opportunities and needs for human contribution. Meaning, when white-collar jobs as we know them today decrease, there will be a need for new types of white-collar jobs tomorrow in a lot bigger numbers. What this means is that we will have a lot of new opportunities and needs, but only at a higher intellectual level. Now, this is where the problem comes. The problem where the need of the future is a higher intellectual level and not at the blue collar or lower intellectual level or skill level in terms of human workforce, human labor, or human contribution. The problem is with education of today, anywhere in the world. The current education system of the world is not helping. It is not helping us prepare for our survival in our future that we are creating. It is not helping us to develop the labor force necessary for the future that we are creating, because the labor force of the future can't be blue collar and it cannot be of the white collar sort that we have today. It has to be of a new white collar sort, and we are not going to create that with the current education system that we have around the world. The global education system of today is preparing our children for competencies required for jobs or types of occupational work that exist today but will not exist in the long run, at least not towards the end of the lifespans of today's living Gen Y. We also do not have a global education system which is preparing our children for competencies, the core or basic competencies required for new types of job, new types of work that will come into existence in the near future, in the midterm future, and in the long-term future. And it is also not ensuring the supply of enough graduates. A lot of people may be shocked by this, considering there are millions of unemployed graduates around the world today, and you may be wondering what I'm talking about. But if you have the concept of the full picture of the future we are creating, basically we'll need virtually every child born to be at least a university graduate, and we really do not have a system in place anywhere in the world that sufficiently will supply that number of graduates for the future that is coming within the lifespan of the first Gen Y born. There is a mismatch between the output that the education system is or will be producing and the input the economy ahead in the long-term future will require. So that is a problem. So how do you meet this problem? The way to meet this problem is you need meritocracy. You need access to education. Where shockingly, if you look at India, there was a news report on Z News just last week where Government schools across the country have a major problem where you have hundreds of students in each school, thousands of students in each school, especially in the countryside where you have only one or two full-time teachers. You do not have enough resources or teachers to teach. You still have villages in the second most populous countries in the world where schools do not exist. You have countries in Africa where schooling does not exist. In much of the third world, anywhere, this is an enduring endemic problem. In the developing world, this is a problem. And even in the first world, access to education that meets the needs of every particular child, every individual child, is still something that we can question. And that is something that we need to fix. We need access to education for all that's equal, that's unlimited. We need incentivized education. When I say incentivized education, the problem we have today and where this need is not met is that those who do not have enough money in the bank accounts, they do not get to pursue all the education they want or they need or they have the potential to gain from. Finance is always a major issue when it comes to education today, and that should not be that should not be the way, because you need to educate every child to his or her maximum potential. What we need also, therefore, is free education, education that's free of cost. And this is where it gets very controversial when I talk about things like this, because people will ask, governments especially ask questions, where is all the money going to come from? But as a futurist, I can talk about the need, and I guess funding the systems or thinking of working or implementing the solutions that a futurist can see should be the role of the people who are politicians. But that aside, I mean, seriously, the need that we have is we need free education that is free of cost, free of restriction. So when I say free education, I just don't mean education where there are no fees, there are no book costs. But I also mean there's no restriction, meaning there's no discrimination. If you're a girl child, if you're a woman, you should still get the same access to education as men do or male children do. Your geographical limitation or geographical location should not be a restriction. Um, there should be no restriction in terms of basically you're good at math, but you're bad at language, so you don't get to progress further. You also need education that is free of limitation, meaning anyone who wants to study or who is good at something that can be taught should have full opportunity to gain as much as he or she can from the education system. And you also need needs-based learning. When I say needs-based, I mean needs of the student, because in the education system, it's recognized in a lot of countries now that different children have different intelligences. We are all born with different intelligences. Some of us have sporting intelligence that dominates. Some of us have musical intelligence that dominates. Some of us have mathematical or numerical intelligence. Some of us have linguistic intelligence, and so on. Now, the problem with the education system everywhere in the world is everyone goes through a standard process. You fail one subject, you get kicked out of school, or you do not progress further, or you do not make university. Now, this is a problem because you're not catering education to individual needs to make the best of each person's talent. This despite the fact that if you want to go further, dwell further on this subject, we do have technological means today, and we do have wisdom today in terms of how education and knowledge and teaching and learning work, and to incorporate technology and wisdom to enable ourselves to be able to deliver catered education serving individual needs. Now, what we also need is strength-based learning based on strength of the student, meaning some children develop very quickly. You have prodigy kids. At the age of 6, they can do what a lot of adults at 21, 22 can't do. While at the same time, you have children that bloom later in life, such as 15-year-olds, who then start functioning. Basically, up to the age of 15, they're failing through the school system. They can't cope with any subject at school. They can't pick up what other kids their age can pick up in the playground or at home. And when they turn 15, they turn 16. Suddenly, they become absolutely brilliant. Or you have children with different learning needs. They have autism, they have dyslexia. For example, You have people like Einstein who have been condemned at various points in their lives as failures or lost hopes, and they turn out to be the greatest of geniuses. Uh, so they have different strengths, and there's different progress in life in terms of how the individual brain or learning ability develops, and we need to look at these. And you also need to look at customized education. Basically, overall, that sums up everything that I said. Customized education to serve each individual's interests and each individual's abilities, each individual's unique needs, whether it's inherent in the person or it's to do with that person's environment. For example, what are you going to do about a family that has 7 children and the breadwinner has passed away, the mother is illiterate in a country where, well, running water is still a problem? So you need some form of customization to make sure that education reaches these people, the needs are identified, the abilities are identified, the interests are identified effectively, and then the education that is necessary to help this person develop to the best of his or her abilities, or his or her ability to contribute in the future potential, is delivered. And basically, that's all I want to talk about today. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Nice talk, Harish. That's wonderful. Your vision of future, and also like what is currently going on. So, anyone have a question? Please ask.
Yes, I have a question. What do you think about the emerging technologies of distant education, like the project Coursera.org, for instance? How do you see its place in the future?
Okay, Elena, you're asking about, just to be sure, you're asking about development of distance education, right? And through
Yes.
technology. Okay.
Yeah.
I would say when I first heard of Coursera, hello?
Yeah.
Okay. When I first heard of Coursera and other similar platforms, I was very, very excited. And when I say access of education, and when I say we need limitless education, education free of limitation and free of restriction, this is exactly what I mean. Things like Coursera, because it's a very, very good news. It's a starting step, and I hope it's just a starting step. I would say that these things that have developed, I would say they're still at a very early and very primitive primary stage. I think they're still in the very early phase of an idea still. It's just that we have the internet, we have conferencing systems, we have sharing systems. So some universities have come up with these, and I think hopefully they're just piloting these things for free so far. But what I'm really seeing the need for is that these things develop much further. They become global, where any child in Ethiopia or Somalia can access education online from anywhere in the world without restriction or limitation, where there's no political bar, where money is not an issue, where ideology is not an issue, race is not an issue, language is not an issue. And what they can do is not just do courses online, but actually through learning with global access, through the very technology that enables Coursera, eventually be able to gain high school diplomas or certificates, then go on to gain degrees like that, then master's degrees like that, then PhDs like that, purely on merit, simply on merit of their ability, of their intellectual horsepower that they bring. And it is my belief, having worked with people from the education sector, having read and researched the area, nobody in this world, and I mean, I'm a human resource graduate, and facts, knowledge, information tell me this. This is not an emotive belief in me, but factual belief that I don't think anybody in this world who's born able-bodied with a sound mind is incompetent. We just have different abilities and intelligences. And if given the opportunity, we can all be doctors, we can all be post-doctoral researchers. We all have the potential, whether it's in music or in football, that doesn't matter. But there's a need for everything in this world, and we all have the potential and or the inherent ability to contribute somewhere in the world. There just needs to be a match. And for that, platforms that can be built eventually from the same technology that enables things like Coursera, they should be capitalized upon, they should be exploited. to avail that, so that, to answer your question, Elena, that should become a norm for all of us. So if a 7-year-old in Singapore, for example, has a problem with coping with the education system available here, he can go through an American education system and he can skip stages seeing to his needs. For example, if level 2, level 3, level 4 education are too easy for him, at the age of 7, he jumps right to level 5 and progresses on. And if he can get a degree at the age of 15, so be it. But goes through the education system somewhere in the world, online, accessing from anywhere he needs to, that suits his needs, and he graduates and goes further and further and further, where age, geography, language, religion, nationality are no bar at all. Complete equal opportunity, complete meritocracy.
So, Elena, is it the answer?
Thank you very much for the answer, and I would like also to answer your opinion, or to ask your opinion about the potential of new forms of education in relation to our biological limitations. Because right now, a mere human is able to read about 5,000 of books during his lifetime. And as our world is becoming more and more complex, we need to know more and more, and how exactly we are supposed to digest all this information is not exactly clear. What do you think about the technologies of instant education? I mean, when exactly should we expect these technologies to become reality?
Are you talking about the knowledge? Are you talking about the knowledge field?
Yes, some kind of.
Okay, I'm not sure about these things, like wiring information or knowledge to one's head, or taking a knowledge field and all these things. Uh, they seem like very radical ideas to me, and it sounds like something out of the Jetsons cartoon series back in the 80s that I remember. But I mean, yes, there are theories, but let's look at what's tangible before us today and what's practical. In terms of knowledge and information, let's talk about, when I said there'll be new types of jobs and opportunities available in the future, what I mean is there'll be new industries that will be available because of new technologies that we'll be inventing, or new types of services that will come about thanks to the new technology. So basically, that means to deliver those services or operate businesses in that line, or do research, or go into things like having to fix the climate, the role of a marine biologist or someone to go into afforestation. You need those types of knowledge. You need new skills, new knowledge, or you just need new focus areas. About the biological limits, I'm not sure about. I mean, I would not have the expertise to comment on the source about, we can read 5,000 books in a lifetime. Perhaps if we have some very thin books that are no more than 10, 12 pages, or you call them a 50-page books with a lot of pictures, I guess perhaps you can read a lot more than 5,000. But the important thing here is not how many books we have read in lifetimes and how much material we've read. But at the same time, I also think that within our lifetimes, I mean, those of us who do have access to information and knowledge, who want to learn continuously, like myself, I see myself as a lifelong learner. For my undergraduate essays, I would have something like 20, 30 references, and I would have read much more than that in terms of peer-refereed journal articles and books and whatnot. And I'm a voracious reader, so. And I've never kept count about how much I personally read, but I'm just entering this topic. But what I would like to say, it's not important how much data and how much information we have. In looking at the future from my perspective of saying what are the problems we are going to have ahead, and what are the opportunities what we are going to have ahead, and what sort of industries we'll likely have on the horizon, and what sort of jobs we should anticipate coming out in the horizon, I think the more important question is, what should we be learning? It's not how much we should be learning, but what should we be learning, and then how deep we go into that what in terms of that type of knowledge field. So it doesn't matter. I mean, for example, right, you have some students who have studied all their lives right through their MBAs, and they hardly work very hard. For example, when I was at university, I had lots of foreign students, fellow Singaporeans at that university in Australia where I studied, who were playing football all day long, and they were still getting straight A's or straight distinctions, straight high distinctions. And you had some students who read a lot, studied very hard, and they were struggling to pass. And the reason for that is we all have different abilities, different coping abilities, different paces of learning. Some of us have to read more, some of us have to read less to master a subject. But in terms of technology, what I think is necessary is what we should be concentrating on to answer your question about technological learning to cope with what it will be required for us because of how things are changing, how things are increasing. What I think is more important is we harness technology, or we focus on building technology that helps us in accelerating the identification of individual learners' needs, individual learners' interests, individual learners' coping abilities, individual learners' speed or pace of learning, individual learners' interest in subject areas, and then the technology to customize subjects, customize the exercises, customize the type of interactive models to help that individual learn through an online channel, through the digital interactive software or program, so that that individual learns what he is best at, what he's most interested in at his or her pace, at his or her level, at different stages in his or her life, so that the best of his abilities eventually, or her abilities eventually, if not at the age of 15, not at the age of 20, not at the age of 25, then 30, eventually, but ultimately and surely comes out. That's the sort of technology I think we need to focus on, so that we'll have enough labor supply of the sort we require ultimately in the future.
Thank you for wonderful answer, Harish. Elena?
Yes, thank you. It was very interesting to know your opinion.
Thank you, Harish. Great presentation. Thank you.
So anyone else?
Yeah, thanks, Harish. I just have one question for you. This is related to the sort of flipped classroom and MOOC thing that we are talking about. Do you see the technology evolving so much that, and you talked about mass automation, robots and all that. So do you see technology evolving in that direction where each children would have a personalized robotic coach or AI software which will be on a personal level seeing what the child is good at and coaching or tutoring him or her based on that? Because MOOC and the flipped classroom was not foreseen about a few years back. So I definitely think that there is potential for such immense technology where you have individualized technical coaches. So would like to know your thoughts on the same.
Okay, first and foremost, let me address the AI part of the question. AI as in artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a term coined by professors a few decades ago from the Carnegie Mellon University of the United States. And what artificial intelligence actually refers to specifically is a system of coding, a system of programming that enables automation. So that allows, for example, a robot to operate autonomously, independently, uh, while interacting with the master or end user. For example, I can tell a robot butler, I'm thirsty, and with a pre-programmed sequence, he goes to the refrigerator and, knowing my preference, gets the orange juice, pours that, and then might feel that, okay, I have a peculiar taste of having my orange juice with a separate cup of water, and gets that and then brings that to me at my table, my coffee table in the living room. So that's AI. As far as independent customized coaching for the children, and that's precisely what I meant when I was talking about access, and when I was talking about needs-based and customized education. That's exactly what you said, Sandeep, is exactly what we need. So do I see technology evolving in that direction? I think if we want to, or if we had wanted to, we could have created or produced that technology 10 years ago, but the world was much more preoccupied with a lot of other things, and which is why no one ever worked on that technology and has not worked on that technology yet. But do we have enough knowledge and information about technology, about robotics, about programming, about software, collectively as a human population of 7 billion plus today? My answer is absolutely yes. In terms of, do we have knowledge of physics, of the various soft and hard sciences to enable technology to do exactly what you described, Sandeep? My answer is absolutely resounding yes. There's no room for debate there. We have the knowledge. The problem is no one is working on it. If we can have an entirely robot-run hotel somewhere on our planet in a country like Japan by this year, yes, it's one of the most advanced countries in the world, always has been for the last few decades. But if we can have that today, then why can't we have a robot coach, that has a lot, let's say, 100 terabytes of storage space and processing, hyper processing speed within, to process and work with information and sit like an adult next to the child in a completely safe manner and help and monitor and guide and coach the child in a very patient, very objective, very rational manner to see that the best of their child comes out. If the child is hopeless with maths but great with language, that child turns out to be a great language scholar ultimately and eventually. Why is that not possible? I don't see a reason. I think that should and can happen. And more, I think it's not a question of will it evolve to that. I think that we are in deep trouble as a human society. We are for a lot of reasons. I mean, I'm trying my best to squeeze this topic into this conference because this is on the problems we have created for ourselves ahead, along with the opportunities, and what's the need to supplant the entire global education system, is a topic that I can have a discourse for months at end, because there's a lot of factors to this. But we are going to be in deep trouble if what you just said, Sandeep, does not become something real within the lifespan of Gen Y, or within halfway through the natural lifespan of Generation Y. For example, anyone born in the early 80s, if what you just described does not become real by the age of the first person they're becoming 45 or 46, if let's say it's not even pilot tested yet, and then it doesn't grow exponentially from there, I would say we are in very serious trouble. And we have a very short timeline because, well, I'm already in my 30s, so we are actually in trouble. We need that. There's a serious disconnect between the need and what we actually have. And what you just described, Sandeep, is an absolute necessity. It's not a want or desire or luxury or good to have. It's an absolute necessity.
Yeah, thanks, Harish. And as you said, future has to be created rather than hoped for or predicted. So I'm sure you and I would be at the forefront of creating such a future.
But the problem, Sandeep, is we are creating a future where there are so many opportunities, but also at the same time we are creating a complete disconnect where we are disabling ourselves from capitalizing on the opportunities. And the problem with opportunity is the antithesis of opportunity is a threat. So that means we will mess up our economy, we'll mess up our environment, we'll mess up our society, we'll mess up our politics, we'll mess up our governments, we'll mess up everything. So that's the danger, where we are rapidly developing, but we are not enabling ourselves to keep up with the development. And I hope that whatever you just described in your question, Sandeep, it becomes real in time. Ultimately, I'm sure it will be, but in time. The timing is very important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Harish. Thank you for wonderful talk and wonderful answers. And your visionary thoughts are really, encouraging for others, and as well as also give some thoughts that what we see, how we see the future, and what we does for that future to achieve such kind of goal. Okay, thank you again. So
Thank you, Vinay.
uh, now let's move for another wonderful lady from Russia. I would like to invite Elena Milova, who is working for several movements around the world, and assisting also for some other voluntary, mainly based in Russia. Ms. Milova is working currently for NGO called Council for Public Health and the Problem for Demography, as well as coordinator for aging control activities also coordinator for Russian Longevity Alliance. The last but not least, he is a part of Russian transhumanist movement as an active member, and also the newly formed, actually not newly formed, but officially newly formed International Longevity Alliance as an activist. So I would like to invite Elena to talk about the future today, and yeah, wonderful talk. Please, Elena.
Thank you very much. Well, I was fascinated to listen to the previous rhetor, and I would like to keep up the subject of best timing.
Yeah, sure.
And I would like to show my screen with you, so wait just a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
I will try to do that.
The screen share.
Well, do you see it?
No.
Do you see my presentation?
No.
No.
Go on the screen share and then select the particular window you want to share.
And now?
Yeah, now we can see. Can you change it so we can confirm that yes, working?
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I'm a representative of several activist communities, but this does not mean that we're very successful. Actually.
Sorry for interruption.
Sorry?
Okay, sorry for interruption. Can you change your slide so that we can confirm you that it's working or not?
Well, speaking of best timing, actually, recently we were having a seminar in Russian transhumanist movement in Moscow. It was about a month ago. And there, our leader, Danil Medvedev, which is the well-known futurologist, Russian futurologist, who also was a speaker of the TV show Program for the Future on the federal television. He was doing a review of many technologies that were announced several years ago, and it was shown that actually almost none of them have become a part of our life. Even if these technologies were very interesting, and if we wanted them very much, and if they were really necessary, like some kind of drug against cancer, for instance. But anyways, they do not appear in our reality. And I was very glad to hear an optimistic view of the previous speaker over the technologies that are emerging. But actually, the millennium was often associated with robots on the streets and in our homes with great help, associated with a victory over severe diseases, with some kind of flying transport and space trips and Mars colonization. But actually, time is going and nothing happens. And it will be wise, I guess, to understand that the situation is not as good as we would like it to be.
Elena?
And to start looking at... Sorry?
Elena, sorry for interrupt. I think your slide is not changing as you're moving.
It's all right because I didn't change it yet.
Okay. I'm just wondering, can you change one slide so we can confirm that it's changing or not, so we can go ahead like that?
I just did.
No, but it's not so.
Do you say the change?
No, it's not change.
And now?
No.
I change it back?
No, actually we are seeing still the... No, now we can see the third slide.
All right.
Okay.
Now, if the technologies do not appear in our life, if we do not have what we want, it means that we as innovators, as politicians or lobbyists and in the engineers, we are doing something wrong. We are not successful. And it is very wise to understand the reasons. Why is that? I would like only two books of two persons, great persons, who were interested in this topic and who did a lot of research on how exactly the innovative technologies appear in the reality, how they become a part of our life. first of these books is a book that you will be advised to read right after you meet the Russian transhumanist movement, because this is a kind of ideological necessity. It's a book by Heinrich Altschuler. It's a Russian engineer and innovator. The book is called How to Become a Genius, a Life Strategy of a Creative Person. In fact, Heinrich Altschuler analyzed more than 2,000 of biographies of great people, innovators and voyagers and scientists and so on. And he saw that actually there are several interesting principles of how exactly an innovative, a radical technology can appear in our life. Because there is a big difference between a slight improvement, like changing an iPhone 4th for iPhone 5th, and the radical technologies that are life-changing. For instance, there was a big change in human history when the hygiene was invented. And actually, it took almost 30 years for the scientific community to understand that the author of this theory of microbiologic infection was right. So Heinrich Altschuler wrote a book about how exactly the existing society is resisting the new technologies, how it makes barriers that have to be somehow worked out, and which traps a creative person have to avoid to develop a life-changing technology. So I would like everyone who is really interested to have all these technologies in time to read these books, this book, and to try to implement the algorithm that was worked out by Heinrich Altschuler in his life and his activities to support life-extending technologies and life-changing technologies. The other book I would like to tell you about is a book by William Edwards Deming. It's a book called Out of the Crisis. Well, Edward Deming is mostly known for his work in statistics. He's well known as a specialist in statistics. But people tend to forget sometimes that this very person was the reason of a great change in Japan's economic development in the 15th of the 20th century. It is after his visit to Japanese top management, when he was making the lectures about how to build a competitive management system. This is after his visits that Japanese economics started to develop, so Japan in the next 10 years became a strong player in the global economic. The principles of management system that he described are, I would say, counterintuitive. Well, first, when you read about them and when you think how to implement them, you think that this person is completely crazy. Sometimes he's called even a kind of revolutionary who is going to break down the capitalism or something like that. But actually, as his knowledge was based on statistics, he was just a man who collected all the best principles of how to develop a strong company, which would exist for a very long time. As you can see, both of these authors are on Wikipedia, so you can read more information about them. But what I would like to underline is that without the understanding that to develop an innovative technology, we must understand, we must have a particular knowledge about how exactly to do this right. And to develop an innovative technology, we have to be good managers. because without that, any organization cannot exist without a proper business planning and strategic planning and implementation of the principles that are working actually in our reality. Well, and I would like to underline the thought that was already told by the previous speaker, that the future that we want with radical technologies that we need will not come just by itself. Our only future is the one we are able to create. So if right now we just see that the technologies do not develop as fast as we need, we must do something about it, not just to sit down and to observe how bad the situation is. It is really our responsibility to make the world look like we like, to make the world better, to make the world be a better place for everyone. Well, and this is the general thought that I would like to tell you, to share with you today. And now I will say several words about our activities. I'm working in the Council for Public Health and the Problems of Demography. The organization was founded several years ago, and it is led by several experts in the domain of healthcare policy improvement. My former leader is Daria Khalturina, who is an anti-tobacco lobbyist in Russia and very successful one. And right now we are working hard to support the development of life extension technologies in Russia, using all the same lobbying technologies that was used for tobacco control. Recently, we have received a grant from our government for aging prevention promotion, and our current project is including several big parts. First of all, we are going to create a toolkit for general public with the best methods, evidence-based, of course, methods of life extension. We will tell people about the existing geroprotectors and the emerging technologies that will allow us in the next decades to live much, much longer and to remain healthier. Next, we are going to research regulatory barriers that slow down the development of longevity technologies in Russia and also globally. We hope that this research will allow us to understand the bottlenecks that we all must fight together. And the next, of course, we are very active locally and non-governmental organizations to become one strong community to support local scientific projects and to improve the policies in the domain of healthcare. Because, you know, recently we understood that one of the problems why exactly the existing geroprotectors are not a part of our system of healthcare is just the absence of connection between the decision makers and the scientific community. So we decided to become such a kind of joint between them. Well, that's all for now. And if you have any questions or suggestions, you can contact us by email or come to our site. It is not completely translated into English, but still it contains some information about us, so you can know more. And now, if you have some questions to me, I will be really pleased to answer.
I have a question. May I?
Yeah,
Of course.
I wonder, in this management system that you are describing, how does the democratic decision making enters into the picture? How it is assured that everyone has a voice? How it is ensured that every person's needs are met? Kind of what Harish was referring to.
Well, if you are talking about the principles of Edward Deming, probably you know that in his system, one of the Well, this is not so simple to describe, because this is a whole system consisting in 14 principles. Well, about how exactly the voice can be heard. Well, in his system, it is described that everyone who is involved in the creation of new product is actually important. And if a person who is working as a simple manager has an understanding of how exactly the whole process can be improved, his ideas must be accepted, always accepted. Even if this is severe critics, or if this is unpleasant, or if this sounds like a crazy thing to someone who is the next working at the next stage and standing higher in the hierarchy of the organization. Anyways, the new idea must be shared and must be accepted and must be discussed. And so this is a way to a kind of collective knowledge. But to do that is not very simple, because normally the people who are controlling the organization, the owners of the organization, may not be very inclined to this kind of internal policy. But Edward Deming is insisting that this is the only way to create an organization which will exist for a very long period of time.
Okay, of course, there is a question how this system for building company can be compatible with system for building the society, which should be based on democratic principles, you know, giving representation to all kinds of voices, you know. So that's also something.
Well, I think that basically the principles are all the same, because anyways you are talking about the group of people who are trying to achieve some common goals. The society has a common goal. We all have to survive, and to reach this goal we must collaborate, and we must listen to each other, and we must try to see everyone's input and to deal this input. So I see the ideas of Edward Deming very important for our cause, for the existence and development of the technologies of radical life extension or mind uploading or something else, sounding very futuristic now, but real, because it will come real in the near future. I'm just a supporter of everything that sounds like a best practice. And Edward Deming, who was able to create a new economic for Japan, is a really great man. He deserves to be listened, to be heard as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Elena. Anyone else has a question for Elena? Elena, I have one very, it's very quite common question. Maybe so many people will ask you. If you see Asia, especially India, I'm talking about a longevity actually. In Europe, like any country in the Europe, there's a more population of the people of the age of 50 plus. Okay, but if you see India, especially in Asia, then in India there's a more than 60% are like around the age of 20 to 35. So do you think that this is one of the big reason behind the longevity, longevity research or maybe related activists or related kind of thoughts are less in India than Europe?
You mean, is there the connection between the median age of the country and the number of activists for longevity? That's
Yes.
the question.
That's the main question. Yeah.
Well, obviously there is a connection between the age and how the person perceives the possibility to improve health and to extend lifespan. But in fact, I think that the spreading of information is more important, because if you if you spread the idea, the very idea that people can remain healthy forever, or at least for very long time, they will support you anyway. And to actualize the very problem of aging, you just need people to think about the relatives who probably are sick or who are old and who need their help. Because aging, it's not just an individual problem, it's a problem of our society. It's a problem which is a burden for our economics. Because when you are old, you need healthcare services, and you need a pension, and you need support from your relatives or from the social service, and so on. And all this is a heavy burden for the society. So when you tell people, even young people, that they have to pay a lot to support the people who are not working anymore because they are not able to work and to support themselves, they can probably understand better why exactly it is so beneficial for the society to stop aging.
Okay, thanks for the answer. Anyone else?
I can send you the information about previous researches about the perception of aging as a problem, if you want, because there are several research already over this topic. I guess one of them was American, but anyways, you can understand how you can understand the general principles of how the perception of the problem is built.
Okay. Thank you, Elena. So if no one else has a question, so I can move forward. Okay. So now I would like to invite Dr. Josh Cordeiro, who is also a big name in the field of futurism, usually we talk about, and always working toward such talk. If you see him, he's always talking about the future, and so many presentations and the talk is happen around the different part of the world. He's actually is a writer, he's an engineer, he's an economist, he's an author, he's also like contributing for so many other things, and majorly is a faculty at the Singularity University in USA, which is in based on the NASA campus. So I would like to him to talk about the future today that we are celebrating this day and getting this all people here. Please, Dr. Josh Cordeiro.
Yes, hello. I hope you listen to me okay now. And I was trying to check with the presentation, the PowerPoint presentation with the screen share, but it doesn't work too well. It doesn't change the slides, unfortunately.
Yeah, we all are actually facing the similar kind of problem from couple of when we started. Everyone has the same problem. So either you can share the slide with everyone, or at least me, and I will share the slide with everyone else. You can talk normally, like just by checking your slide, and you can talk directly. So it's fine.
Well, actually, I think I will do then basically just talking. I will show maybe one or two slides, but basically I want to communicate some ideas. And first of all, my first idea is that I am very happy to be joining some friends from India and other parts of the world.
Thank you.
I have been 5 times to India. And when I go to India and people look at me, they think that I am Indian.
Yeah.
So many people think I'm Indian. And that lets me to go into all the temples, into all the Hindu temples without any problem. So I enjoy that about going to India. And I love particularly doing yoga, and I love going to Rishikesh. Rishikesh is a nice place north of Delhi. But Avinash, for what I understand, you are in Bangalore, right?
Yeah, our organization is based on Bangalore, but we are like separated from different part of the country. So some are like from Bangalore, some from New Delhi, some from Kolkata. It's like that. So yeah, basically we are from Bangalore. We belongs to Bangalore officially. And I official address for India Future Society is a Bangalore. So yeah.
Okay, I have been also twice to Bangalore. So I've been in many places in India, even though it is a big, big country, but it's a beautiful country. So anyway, that is why I'm so happy to be talking to people from India and other parts of the world about the future, because we truly live in the most incredible times in human history, human present, and moving into the human future. The next 20 years, we are going to see more changes than in the last 200 years in the past. So this is truly amazing, the things that are going to happen in the next 20 years. We are like at the top of an iceberg, a huge iceberg, and we only see a little bit of the things that are going to happen when the iceberg keeps on moving. So it's really fantastic, thanks to exponential technologies. And many people talk about 4 main exponential technologies, which are called NBIC: nano, bio, info, and cogno. Those 4 technologies, NBIC or NBIC, are the main exponential technologies that people refer to. Nanotechnology, as we all know, studies things at the molecular level, at the atomic level, because a nanometer is 10 to the minus 9 meters, so it is really, really small at the size of atoms. Biotechnology studies cells and genes. Nano and bio is what I call the hardware of life, And then the other 2, info and cogno, is what I call the software of life. Info technology basically studies the bits and the bytes, all the information. And cogno technology, or cognitive science, or neuroscience, has to study of the brain, the neurons, okay? So info and cogno are the software, and nano and bio are the hardware. And what is truly incredible is that during the next 10, 20 years, we are going to be able to replicate the complexity of the hardware and of the software of humans. And this will allow us first to improve on the hardware and software of humans today, but then we can exponentially keep on making it better and better. Just to tell you the number, how complex is the human hardware, I will try to show one slide. Let me see if it works out. Sharing one single slide here that has the information about the human hardware complexity. So I hope you can see something there which has the DNA structure of different life forms, beginning with a virus. Viruses are very simple, and then we move into bacteria, and then finally we can move into other life forms like humans. A human being has about 25,000 genes, which are expressed in 3 gigabytes of information. So the biological information that we have is 3 gigabytes of information expressed in ATCG. As you remember from biology, A goes with T and C goes with G. So we have about 3 gigabytes of ATCG in our genome. And that is the complexity of the human genome. Obviously, that implies that our genome is complex and it does a lot of things, okay? But in the next few years, all of us are going to sequence our genome with a little device like this. This is a gene chip. A gene chip allows us to sequence our genome and to know which diseases we might have, genetically speaking, what is the probability of different diseases. The first time that the human genome was sequenced, it cost $1 billion. Actually, a little bit more, but $1 billion for the US government, okay? And it took 13 years. The Human Genome Project began in 1990, and it finished in 2003. That is, it took 13 years and over $1 billion to sequence one human genome. Today, in 2015, with a little device like this, you can sequence your complete genome for about $1,000 and only 1 week. In about 10 years, you will be able to sequence your complete genome in about 1 minute for $10. So that is truly, really incredible. The price went down from $1 billion to today about $1,000, and in the future, $10. And if we think about time, also incredible decrease in time from 13 years to about 1 week today, and eventually 1 minute. Okay, this is absolutely exponential, both in cost and in time. In cost, I repeat, it went down from 1 billion, and eventually it will be probably only $10. And in time, it went down from 13 years, and it will go down to 1 minute. Okay, that is incredible. That is much more incredible than what is happening with computers. People normally talk about computers all the time, and mobile telephones, and the internet, but what is happening in biotechnology, I think, is even more incredible. Okay, so that is the reference number for the complexity of the human hardware, about 3 gigabytes of information, 3 gigabytes of information. By the way, I have here a small pen drive, USB drive of 128 gigabytes. Okay, I repeat, 128 gigabytes. And the human genome, as I was explaining before, it's about 3 gigabytes. So in this pen drive, you can put the genome of 42.6 humans. 42.6 humans fit in this pen drive. Okay, so this is important to understand the complexity of the human hardware. Now let me show you the complexity of the human software, because that is the other variable that we need to understand in order to get to the complexity of human beings and then improve on our complexity. I want to show another slide that has the information about the brain and how many neurons do we have in the brain. Do you see that slide?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, so basically one brain has 10 to the 11 neurons, which is 100 billion neurons. Each neuron has about 1,000 connections, or maybe 2,000, 5,000 connections. An order of magnitude of 10 to the 14 connections, which are called synapses. And each synapses computes at different frequencies. The human brain actually is very, very slow. The human brain has 6 main frequencies, which are called the alpha waves, beta waves, gamma waves, mu waves, etc., which are very, very slow. Normally, a brain computes in the order of 10 hertz, 100 hertz. Even a very, very fast brain, like my brain, I say, it's only 1 kilohertz, 1 kilohertz. Okay, and that is really nothing. 1 kilohertz is nothing. If we compare the speed of our devices today, our electronic devices, they are all in the order of gigahertz. So my mobile telephone is 1 million times faster than my brain. 1 million times faster. The difference, obviously, is that my brain still has more neurons than my mobile telephone has transistors. But this will change in the next 10 to 20 years. In 10 to 20 years, my computer and my telephone will have more transistors than I have neurons in my brain. And that will be the beginning of the technological singularity. When we have devices which are as complex as the human brain, and when artificial intelligence reaches the level of human intelligence. And I repeat, this is going to happen in around 20 years, maybe sooner, but certainly not much later than that. So again, in terms of complexity of the human software, which is represented by the processing power of the brain, we have brains that process 10 to the 17 operations per second. That is the complexity of the human brain, if we don't talk about the mind, the spirit, and the soul. And I love to talk about the mind, the spirit, and the soul, but only after 3 glasses of red wine. Once I have some red wine, I can talk about the spirit, the soul, and the mind. Okay. Anyway, so now you know what is the complexity of the human brain, which is not really that complex, 10 to the 17 operations per second. And we are going to reach that level in the next few years. And not only are we going to reach that level, we will quickly go beyond that level in orders of magnitude, many orders of magnitude. In fact, as I mentioned, mostly all electronic devices today process in gigahertz. So they are millions of times faster than our brains. Once we have a device as complex as the brain, and which is 1 million times faster than the brain, we are going to have an explosion of intelligence. These augmented intelligences, or increased intelligence that we will have in the future, will process in 1 second what a normal human processes today in 1 whole lifetime. Why? Because they will process millions of times faster than we do today. So in 1 second, an artificial brain that works at gigahertz and that has my capacity will have my whole life experiences in 1 second. So we are going to see an incredible new world in the next few years. And we will be able to reach immortality, immortality of the human hardware and immortality of the human software. I am happy that Ilya is there also, and he will be talking about that, because he wrote a fantastic book. You can see his book talking about life extension. And I think we are going to reach life extension both of the human software and the human hardware in the next 10 to 20 years. And we are going to live in an incredible world of augmented humans, of post-humans, of transhumans, with many capabilities that we don't have yet. We will have in the future, but we do not have today. Okay, so anyway, those are 2 important ideas I wanted to express in terms of the hardware and the software of humans. Also, we will be merging with the robots. It is not an invasion of robots. It is the merge of humans and machines. You probably saw the Olympic Games in 2012 when there was the first cyborg, Oscar Pistorius from South Africa, who was basically running in the London Olympic Games, even though he had no legs, but he had bionic legs. And those bionic legs in the future will be much more incredible than they are today. And another interesting sporting event was last year, the World Cup, the football or soccer World Cup. And I don't know if you saw the opening, because it was really incredible. The opening of the World Cup had a paraplegic kicking the football ball, and that was really incredible. This is the beginning of the things we are going to see in the next few years, how paraplegics can be also augmented. Let me show you what happened at the opening of the World Cup. This was really absolutely incredible. A paraplegic in Sao Paulo. This was done in Brazil, okay, in Sao Paulo. And there was a team of actually 8 paraplegics that were being trained with devices that read what was happening in their brain, and then they were connected to an exoskeleton, and through the exoskeleton they stood up and then they kicked the ball. Those mind readers that were used are similar to devices like this that you might see. This is a Mind Wave by NeuroSky, and I use this with my students just to show what we are going to have in the future. Basically, this device allows me to read what is happening in the frontal lobe of my brain. And even though it has just one electrode, it captures a lot of information from my brain, and then it has a Bluetooth connection that can send it to a computer and eventually to another brain. As Harish mentioned at the beginning, we have already had brain-to-brain communication last year between India and France. But this is just beginning, okay? In the next 10 years, 15 years, we are going to have telepathy. We are going to be able to communicate from brain to brain, from brain to computer, and at a very broad bandwidth, because what we are doing today is a very narrow bandwidth, very narrow bandwidth. Actually, talking and speaking is a very primitive form of communication. Talking is very primitive, and it has a very narrow bandwidth. I have to talk word by word by word, and you have to listen to me word by word by word. In the future, we will communicate with broadband, really wide broadband, because all the things I want to tell you are in my brain already. They are in my brain, but I cannot transfer them to you by talking, because talking is very slow. Again, very soon, 10 to 20 years, we will communicate maybe like computers. We will connect a pen drive from my brain to your brain or to a computer, and we will transfer all the information immediately. In fact, this presentation, instead of being half an hour, could be finished in 1 second. In 1 second. Once we have telepathy, broadband, wide broadband communication between brain to computer, all of this will be done incredibly fast, in 1 second. And again, this is not a joke. This is what we are going to have in the future. And also remember that augmented intelligences that process in gigahertz, they will process all of this in a nanosecond, So we are going to say incredible things in the future. And just one more or two more things about the future I would like to mention quickly. One is space travel. And because Dr. Spock just died a couple of days ago at age 83, if you remember Star Trek, Dr. Spock, may live long and prosper, okay? We will be traveling to space. Right now, there are about 8 space missions in the next 10 years to go to Mars. This is incredible. 8 missions to go to Mars. Half of them are actually private missions, which is very interesting. We don't need governments. We don't need the government of India. We don't need the government of the USA. We can actually have now private companies that can plan how to go to Mars and actually how to have internet, how we are going to have internet connections between our planet Earth and Mars. And by the way, it takes 20 minutes to communicate between Earth and Mars by internet in the future. So there will be a delay, a much bigger delay than now between America and India, for example, to communicate today. 20 minutes to get to Mars from planet Earth. Anyway, so I think going into space will change the perspective of the world, and religion, spirituality, science, and technology, everything will be changed once we become a multiplanetary civilization, with the second planet being Mars. And the other thing that I wanted to talk finally is about longevity extension that I mentioned before, because we are going to see radical changes. As you probably know, 2 years ago, Google created a new company called Calico, California Life Company, whose objective is to cure aging. But not only Calico with Google, there are many other companies. One of the founders of Singularity University, Peter Diamandis, with Craig Venter, who is one of the scientists that sequenced the first human genome. Craig Venter and Peter Diamandis and another scientist created another company called Human Longevity Inc. And they are actually sequencing human genomes and to try to understand the genetic fundamentals of life, aging, and death, and how we can actually control aging and rejuvenate cells. So I am fairly optimistic that in the next 20 years at the latest, we should be able to control aging. Also because today we know that cancer is a very interesting disease that discovered how not to age. And that is the tragic beauty of cancer. Cancer discovered basically how not to age, how to live indefinitely, and how to reproduce. So cancer cells are almost immortal in the sense that they discover how not to age. And if a bad cell, like a cancer cell, has been able to do it, then we, intelligent people, we should be able to do that too. So we should be able to control aging process in 20 years, and this will truly change humanity forever as well, in this planet and outside our planet Earth. So anyway, those are some of my interesting points, I think, about the future. We truly live in incredible times. This is the best time to be alive. And in the next 20 years, we are going to see more exciting things happening than in the last 200 years, or even in the last 2,000 years. So with that, Avinash, if there are comments, questions, I'm happy to exchange any ideas.
So please, anyone have a question, so you can ask Dr. Jose.
I have a question.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm hearing some knocking sounds, so I thought there was some issue with the connection. Okay, my question is basically, time ago I talked to an Indian organization by the name of Institute of Customer Experience or Consumer Experience, and they had done some futurist interviews with a few futurists around the world. They invited me, and they conducted this online interview with me, which is still up on YouTube, where they talked to me about what do we see in movies that we are likely to see ahead in the future. And my topic was on the X-Men, and particularly why the X-Men is, I don't think you're going to be Magneto and Storm or anything like that, but what my particular interest in the X-Men is the character of Wolverine, because one, he does not age, and Dr. Ilya Stamler will be very happy to hear this from me, because that's something I very much aspire, and I think that's very often what he talks about. Yeah, one, that Wolverine does not age, or Logan, as they refer to him. Two, he heals quickly, in a sense that whatever happens to him, he heals, and much faster than we do in real life. Number three, the man never falls sick. You know, I think in one of the latest installments that's around Wolverine
or anything like that.
X-Men is the character of Wolverine, because one, he does not age, and
something going on. Sorry, I think. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So you know, there was one where he was tricked into swallowing something, so he became more human than not. But otherwise, like, he would not even sneeze. So that's, and basically, this is what I have been thinking, and the hypothesis that I've been working on based on what we already have. at the evidence we have today and then build on that. And the other thing that I'm very much driven by is human need for what is possible. So, and I'm thinking because we want to live so that we can do more and can make meaning out of our lives, and also some human survival of the human civilization and subsequent generations. And that's also perhaps the impetus for going to other planets, because this planet may not be permanently habitable. So if you are thinking like many generations ahead, even after we are gone, we are looking at our descendants living on somewhere else, and surviving and keeping the human race going. But I mean, all that aside, come back to the present. I'm thinking of the fact that the evidence that we are able to, like you said, we are able to map the human genome. We are able to play with genes. So my interest is in mutation. Mutation not to create Ninja Turtles, but mutation to enhance the human spirit. Because when you talk about human beings, what's happening all the time, at least the last 10 years, it's popping up everywhere and just like dominating. And it sometimes it becomes like, okay, it's a bit too much. It's like transhumanism, and not that I have any issues or anything against it, but it's about, okay, like cyborgs and combining with robots and all that. Recently, this year, early on in the first quarter of this year, we've heard of, people who've had amputations. Now they have legs and arms where they were amputated because of mutation, where cells were used to generate new limbs, and these were either grown on them or attached to them. So this is the kind of mutation I'm thinking about, and I'm also thinking about mutation where, particularly where you talk about intelligence, right, where the human brain is so limited in the speed, though there's so much up there. And there have been a lot of Hollywood movies about we only use like 1 or 2% of our brain. The other 98% is just sleeping when we are using that 1 or 2%. But if we were to use 100% of our brain, imagine what we would be able to achieve. And this is going to be a very long question. Forgive me for that, but I'm trying to paint a scenario. Okay, so the first part of the question is I'm looking at what your take on mutation is to enhance the human being, in a sense that make me smarter than I am, or be more able to use what I have, and then also be able to live longer and not age. And then the other thing I want to go back to is that I do not see myself as a religious person, but I see myself as a spiritualist. I do believe in God. I agree a lot on Einstein, on his take of God, and I was born in a Hindu family, and that sits well, because if you look at the Hindu history, that's pretty much how we are. We believe in evolution through time, basically through the sciences. And I want to bring up this point about the Mahabharata and the story of Krishna as the most important, one of the most important deities in the Hindu religion, as an incarnation or manifestation of God. It's been said in the Mahabharata, Krishna never aged. When he was like a very, very old man in the battle of Mahabharata, he still looked like a teenager of 14, 15. He looked like an adolescent, and he was a grandfather. So that's what's your take? Have a mutation with our knowledge of genes to firstly make ourselves more intelligent, so that ultimately, though we have created machines and systems that are more intelligent than us today in terms of speed, we actually overtake that, number one. And number two, we actually live very long, but we also don't have problems that old people of today have. So we can be 160 years old, but we'll still have bodies of 16-year-olds of today. That's number two. And number three, I want to live for a long time, and I don't have an old man's problem. So if I turn 90 by the time this sort of mutation technology or knowledge is discovered, is there any possibility within my lifetime where we may be able to reverse aging? So when I'm 90, if I've lost any teeth, they'll grow back, and if I've lost my kneecaps, they'll grow back, and then I'll be able to do what I'm able to do today again.
Well, Harish, you have so many points there. Let me just try to answer a few things, beginning with science fiction, because I think science fiction, it is very relevant. And actually, when Singularity University was founded in 2009, one of the speeches was given by the governor of California. And I don't know if you remember, in 2009, the governor of California was Arnold Schwarzenegger. That is normally called the governator of California. So, yes, the governor terminator, the governator. So he gave a small talk opening Singularity University, and he was very happy because he said, finally, an institution that is preparing the world for the future, because the science fiction of today is the science reality of tomorrow. Okay, so we have to think about science fiction because many of the things in science fiction come to become reality. And then the governor finished his talk with his most famous phrase, saying, "I'll be back." And right now, he's working on Terminator 5 that is going to come out this summer. So we should watch Terminator 5. But anyway, so that's the point about science fiction. We do have to think about science fiction. You are asking questions related to biology. Again, biology, I think, is a primitive form of a life form. Okay, biology has many defects, many problems. As Ray Kurzweil says in his book, The Singularity is Near, how humans can transcend biology. We have to transcend biology. Biology has many problems, many issues. It's like talking again. Talking is very primitive. And I am happy, and I will be happier in 20 years when we don't talk anymore, because talking is very bad. It's a very bad way of communicating. Again, also, it's very slow again. All of this conversation, all of this could be finished in 1 second in the future. The same with our bodies. Our bodies are really bad. Our bodies are bad even on this planet, on planet Earth. And our bodies are much worse outside our planet Earth, you know? These bodies are not good for Mars. They are not good for outer space. So we have to transcend our biology. And I think we are going to do this fairly soon, because we are already creating bionic parts, which are better than our body parts. In fact, our eyes are really bad. In fact, almost all of our senses are very bad compared to other animals. You know, many animals have eyes better than we do, or ears better than we do, or noses better than we do. Our human senses are terrible, even compared to other animals, okay? And we will soon be able to improve these human senses. Just to tell you about the human eye basically is a camera of 10 megapixels. 10 megapixels. My mobile telephone has a camera of 40 megapixels. That means that the camera of my mobile telephone is 4 times better than my eye. But today, still, I will not change my eye for my mobile telephone. Okay? But in the future, maybe. And you know who will do it? Someone who is blind. Someone who is blind or someone who is deaf, they will actually like bionic parts, like bionic eyes or bionic ears. Okay? And this is how we are going to begin transcending our biology. Let me tell you something else about Olympic Games. Next year, in 2016, there is going to be the first cyborg Olympic Games in Zurich, in Switzerland. Okay, these are for human beings who have certain problems, no arms, no legs, no eyes, and they will be enhanced with technology. These people who have body problems, they will be augmented with technology. And I think this is the way of the future. Why do you want your primitive biology, which is so bad? Our biology is so bad. It was good to arrive up to this point, okay? But to go into the future, it has many limitations, okay? Like speaking. Speaking was very good for humans to arrive up to this point, because talking, again, is very important, because monkeys and other simians, other apes, they do not talk. So talking was a great advantage for communication. But in the future, talking will be so primitive. Again, remember, we are going to have brains computing in gigahertz. there will be no communication possible when you use a gigahertz brain and a normal brain today. Let me give you an example. When was the last time that you talked to a little ant or to another insect? When was the last time that you talked to a fly or to an ant or to an insect in general? Probably you haven't talked too much to insects, right? Why? Because there is no communication possible between an ant, a fly, and you or me. The same will happen with augmented humans. An augmented human will process so much, so fast, that there will be almost no possible communication between an augmented human and a normal human today. Okay, so we are going to transcend biology, and maybe not all humans will transcend biology. You probably know the Amish. The Amish in Pennsylvania. Are you familiar with the Amish religious community? The Amish in Pennsylvania and in other parts in the USA, they don't use technology after the 18th.
Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
Okay, the Amish don't use technology after the 18th century. So they don't have cars, they don't have electricity, they don't have television, they don't have internet, they don't have computers. Okay, they decided to stay like that 200 years in the past. Part of humanity might do like the Amish, and they will not want to enhance themselves. Many people might not want to have a faster brain or a more powerful brain, and that is okay for them. So if they don't want to do it, you cannot force them to do that. So Harish, in your case, if you don't want to have a faster brain, if you don't want to have a body which is going to be stronger, that will let you go to Mars, that will let you go outside the solar planet, then that is your decision. But many people, I think, will adopt these new technologies that will let people live indefinitely with bigger, faster brains and with more capabilities, and I would say with more humanity, because the idea of a transhumanism is to become more human with technology. So anyway, I don't know if that was an answer to your excellent question, but we are truly living in interesting times.
Okay.
So, anyone else? Ilya or Sandeep or Elena?
Well, I do not have questions. I more wanted to answer Harish about the technologies of longevity, because I know something a little bit about this. And before the rejuvenation technologies will be available to us, we have to develop the technologies to extend a health span and lifespan. So basically, for now, it is much more easier to keep you in a good health for a longer time than to rejuvenate you. Right now, I call everyone to use the drugs against aging called geroprotectors, and to track everything that is coming to the market, because there is an understanding that many things will be available in the next few years from the point of view of specialized drugs. And the gene therapies will be available in the next 2 decades. That is my foresight, but only in the condition that the regulatory basis will be beneficial for it, because right now it is very hard to make such a technology applicable to humans appear on the market. There are only, if I'm not mistaken, there are only 2 gene therapies right now in the world. They cost a huge amount of money, and it was very hard to make them appear. And right now, all these technologies mostly are oriented to heal some kind of orphan diseases. I mean the severe diseases. And from the point of view of the medicine, aging is not a disease, so there is a risk that the aging itself will be treated only as a at the last stage of the development of these technologies, which means first we are going to treat the diseases, and to stop aging it will be postponed. So right now, just please try not to age.
Thank you for that, Elena. I think we're going to have a very good discussion on the side on that subject, because I'm very interested in I'm very interested in both Dr. Elia's work on aging, and I'm also very interested, apart from that, on keeping us young. And the other is also disease prevention rather than curing it. So I think we can have a good discussion. Thank you for that, Elena.
I'll be pleased to talk to you about this.
But Elena, let me also just add that I agree with all you said, obviously, but don't you agree with me that biology is in a way suboptimal? I mean, our biology is very suboptimal. We can improve our biology, and actually we can go beyond biology into more cyborg bodies, if you want.
I agree completely with you, but right now the technologies that will allow us to upload our minds into the machine, or to use a high-tech bionic prosthesis, they are just developing, and we have to somehow live up to these technologies. This is why I'm actually mostly focused on aging prevention and the development of longevity technologies, because if we succeed, more people will live up to the technologies that will allow them to become immortal using a machine.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Dr. Jose. I have a very basic, actually it's not a question, I just a kind of request. I would like to tell you about something, Singularity University, and the way you are faculty, and you know.
Yes.
Is would like to encourage the people to come there, and to, it's like very encouraging place, especially for the entrepreneurs, and as well as the businessmen, not a businessman but a technologist, the evangelist, and such kind of people. So what you would say about that university? I mean, why that university? It should be in somewhere else also, like the place like India, the pool of so many minds, but maybe the not right access of that people, or right access of the knowledge. They are not able to, harm their brain in the right way.
Yes, Avinash. Well, first of all, let me tell you, I have been involved with Singularity University since 2008, when it was planning, because I know Ray Kurzweil for about almost 20 years. And he's obviously like the mastermind of the idea of the singularity. So I got involved before the university opened, and I have been teaching in the summer program since 2009, which was the first summer program we had. But let me tell you, Singularity University has a wrong name, twice wrong. First, because it is not a university. Singularity University is not a university. It's basically an incubator of ideas. And second, it is also wrong because it is not about the singularity. It is about exponential technologies and how these exponential technologies can be used to improve the human condition. Basically, the university has the summer program, which is 3 months, and then it has executive programs, which are normally 1 week or 2 weeks long. For the summer program, last month, Google announced that they are going to make it free for everybody. I don't know if you read this. They just gave $3 million so that everybody who gets accepted to the summer program goes for free. Because Google, who is the main sponsor, really, they have a lot of money. And also, they really want the best people in the world, regardless of the financial ability of the people. So Singularity University now has become free for the summer program. not for the executive program, which is still very expensive, but it's a standard in the USA. It costs the same as a program in MIT or in Harvard or in Stanford, which is basically $1,000 to $2,000 per day. That might sound a lot, but that is a standard in the USA, okay? So going back to Singularity University, that I told you now is free for the summer program if you get in, which now that's the problem because it's going to be much more difficult to get in now. Students come from all over the planet. In fact, we have many students from India. Every year we normally have like 2 or 3 students from India. Actually, maybe not all of them come really from India. They are American Indians or Indians who live in Europe. We have last year or the year before we had Indians from Britain, Indians from the USA, Indians from many places. You know, Indians are everywhere. Yeah. Okay. But we always have Indians, okay? And now there is an agreement with Ashoka University in New Delhi. You probably know about Ashoka University, which is also a new university. Yeah, that was yes.
In New Delhi, yeah.
Okay, a new university also that just began in New Delhi, and we have an agreement with them. So we are also sending maybe one person from Ashoka University and their contacts to Silicon Valley. Well, having said all that, yeah, Singularity University is trying to grow internationally. In many ways, we have also courses in different countries. In 2 weeks, we have a 1-week course in Spain. We had one in Brazil last year. We'll probably have one in Moscow by the end of the year. So we are trying to go to different countries as well and take these ideas. There are also many views about Singularity University and the Singularity. I am myself a very singularitarian. As I mentioned, I know Ray Kurzweil for a long time, so I believe in his ideas. I believe in the singularity. I am a transhumanist. I am openly a transhumanist. I believe we have to transcend the human condition. I believe we will do it in the next 20 to 30 years. But this is not the average view. The average view is not that singularitarian or that transhumanist, okay? So I am not average from that point of view, just to make that comment. Anyway, so I love taking these ideas throughout the world, throughout the planet. I think India is very important, just like Israel, and because Ilya is there, you know, the president of Israel is a transhumanist, I would say. He's a friend of Ray Kurzweil. And in Israel, they are very futuristic.
Yes, yes. I can tell you more about it, but in private.
Well, I know he doesn't want to die also. And then also, you know, because Elena is listening, you know, the Cosmist movement in Russia was the origin of transhumanism over 100 years ago. You know, in Russia, scientists, philosophers, writers were talking about these ideas, which was called cosmism, over a century ago. You know, so many of these ideas actually were born in Russia, and obviously India. We were talking about that before. If you believe in evolution, and Harish, you said you come from a Hindu family. Many of these ideas are also in Hindu mythology or in Buddhist mythology. So we have many of these ideas all over the planet, in Israel, in Russia, in India, in Silicon Valley.
Yeah. Thanks again, Dr. Jose. Your talk is very, very interesting, and yeah, it's like overview of all the things, and yeah, what is possible when
I would
yeah.
just like to, sorry, Avinash, I would like to just point something. I would like to share a link with Jose on one of the articles I wrote on a blog of mine some time back, Singularity from an Eastern Perspective, and perhaps after this conference, we could have a follow-up discussion on the side as well on perspectives that may arise from that. Because I've heard him today on what he has spoken, and perhaps you may want to look at what I wrote as well on the Eastern perspective of singularity, and we can have a wide discussion on transhumanism from there, and then spirituality, without the red wine for once, for a change, perhaps.
Sure.
Okay, that sounds very good. And let me tell you another thing, which is very interesting in terms of differences between East and West, and it has to do with dragons and with robots. You know, dragons in East Asia, in Japan, in Korea, in China, dragons are good. In fact, the dragon is the symbol of the emperor of Japan and of the emperor of China. So dragons are really, really good in East Asia. However, in Europe and in the West, dragons are bad. Dragons kill people, dragons destroy cities, dragons throw fire and burn people. So the mentality of the dragons from the West is bad, but dragons from the East are good. I don't know the position of India here, but it would be good to know later. Let me tell you, the same is about robots. You know, robots in the West, because the word robot came from Czech, which means it means work. It means like a robot work. It is bad. And then obviously the Terminator and Hollywood has made robots bad. But if you think about Japan, and I lived 3 years in Tokyo, I can tell you, Japanese love robots. All Japanese love robots. Actually, they have many books about how to have sex with a robot, for example. So in Japan, robots are good. And in Korea, and also in China, because they are copying this from Japan. So just like robots are good in Asia, in East Asia, and Harish, talking to your comment, yes, every student will have a robot in the future to teach them a foreign language and to teach them anything. A robot will be a personal companion. So talking about East and West, I just wanted to make that comment that robots and dragons are good in Japan, but they are bad in the West.
Right.
Thank you.
So how is India in there? How is India with dragons and with robots?
They do not believe as a bad animal for the dragon. It's like all are accepted in India in a positive form. But yeah, it's
everything is good in India.
Yeah, everything is good in India. Nothing is like nothing opposed either from east or either from west. So everything accepted. So yeah, we have a good view with the dragon also, like other Asian countries. So anyone else like to ask the question from interesting Dr. Jose? Sandeep, I would like to ask something, or should we go forward?
No, I think we can go forward.
Okay, so nice talk, Dr. Jose. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you will join till the end if possible. So now I would like to invite the next speaker, who is from India itself. Is Sandeep Gautam, who is basically an engineer at Cisco, if I'm not wrong, and of course he's based in India. He writes especially focused in brain sciences. Some of the top website and the magazine like Psychological Today or Times of India. So I'd like to invite Sandeep to talk here about the future and of course related the future.
Yeah, thanks Avinash for the invitation to talk on this forum. And I want to raise certain questions around the issues that we have been talking about. And I'll invite all of you to jump in as and when you have some queries rather than wait till the end. So I want it to be a more interactive event. And as such, I want to raise certain questions. I mean, Professor Jose just mentioned about NBIC, Nano, Bio, Info, and Cognitive as the 4 pillars on which technological advances are going. Now, I just want us to reflect whether the speed of the advances is adequate and how far the singularity is. and whether we are adequate psychologically from that angle to accept those facts that those advances will make tremendous differences in the future. Like to take an example, we were talking about mind-to-mind communication. Now, as a mental health researcher, I am also aware that people have delusions where people think that someone has inserted a thought into their mind. So what happens to that when that becomes a real possibility? When memory can be erased using let's say mechanical means or chemical means, what happens to your self identity or your memories? How do you define yourself that your memory has not been tampered with, or how do you ensure that what you see in pictures, for example, that someone's memory has been erased and he doesn't remember his memory? So how do we address those sort of concerns? They may not be real concerns, not real ethical concerns that someone is going to go down that line, but psychologically, when people have advanced to that stage, when technology makes it possible, how do we incorporate that into the delusions that people might now undergo? So that is one thought that I want to throw around. Another thought I want to throw around is that pace of technology is changing. Whether we are focusing, preparing our children today to live up to that future that would be expected of them. I mean, modern education system is focused towards producing an industrial worker, someone who works well as a blue collar worker, as Harish was earlier saying. And at most, white collar worker also, we don't have the right creativity or that sort of education we are not imparting to them. So how do we prepare them for the future? Are we investing adequate resources there as a futurist, that how the generation that is today in the student place, they are able to live up to that pace? One may say that they may naturally adapt to that. That has been the trend that we have been seeing, that mobiles came, smartphones came, the internet came, and people adapted to them. But when we are talking about singularity or those sort of things, it's, in my opinion, a much more rapid advancement of technology than what has happened till date. And in that context, how do people adapt? How do we make them more resilient and anti-fragile, so that they, instead of withering from the stress that or information overload? I mean, suppose you are able to chat with multiple people right now, and we have this huge surge in ADHD right now, distractibility, people not being able to focus attention. And what neuroscience tells us is, or psychology tells us, is that people are not meant to multitask. But our technology has enabled us to chat with people while simultaneously giving a talk to you, and so that may have contributed to resurgence in ADHD. And when, for example, mass communication with many people becomes possible, what sort of new diseases might erupt? Mental diseases. Are we investing enough in investigating such phenomena? So that is the crux of my points that I want to make, and I'd like to hear other opinions before continuing on this. So if people have some opinion, I mean, I don't want to be the pessimist in the room. I'm sure that these technologies will take us where they will take us. They are inevitable. But what I'm asking us to reflect is whether we have also prepared on other dimensions, on the human dimensions. We are totally focused on intelligence, promoting becoming more intelligence or living longer. But what sort of problems that might lead? Will that lead to much more problem of a different set of haves and have-nots now? That right now, for example, for $10,000 you can sequence your genome. So only a rich person can sequence a genome, and that has been it. 10 years from now, it might become easily available technology, but till that time, would it enable only the rich to be able to reap the harvest of the research that is going, and widen the gap between the haves and have-nots? And what are the consequences of that? What are the consequences if some people are able to go to Mars and colonize that, while others are not able to afford a livelihood on Earth? So would that lead to social unrest? So those are the kind of questions that probably we also need to think. While anti-aging is a very good thing to work on, but longevity again is very good to work on, but then at the end psychologically health also comes from accepting the fact that you are mortal and that you have to die, accepting the face of your death. What are we doing about that? Once someone is on the crux of death, how do we support them? Are we investing enough in those resources?
So, anyone would like to answer?
Sandeep, I think going further to what I was saying earlier in my presentation, to answer your question, I think there are going to be a lot of problems because there are serious disconnects between the progress we are making and the progress we are not making, in the sense that the specific question you asked, are we focusing enough on the human development? My answer is absolutely not. We are developing technologies, we are developing products, we are developing services, we are developing things like e-governance. But you look at Spain, what's happening there, the amount of young people that are unemployed, or there are jobs, but then there's a mismatch between the skills that people have and the skills that are needed. That's one. Um, and that's just one aspect of things, because by 2035, 2040, the kind of things that we are seeing in Syria and Libya and Iraq, I think we'll see a lot more in a lot wider geographical spaces. What I'm thinking is that there'll be a lot more violence, a lot more strife, a lot more crime, a lot of protests, a lot of what you've seen in Thailand of the last decade, where you have the yellow shirts, the blue shirts, and the red shirts and whatnot. I think the world is going to descend into massive chaos. I mean, we've seen bits and pieces here and there in things, in movements such as Occupy New York and such and such. Not that I endorse or condone any of that, nor that I support any of those things coming from Singapore, being a true blue hardcore Singaporean that believes in order. But unfortunately, very much a lot of what the world is doing, a lot of things that the world is racing for, is creating discords and disconnections that will create the chaos that we do not need and do not want, unfortunately. So I would say, in terms of human development, we are seriously lacking in thought that will create a lot of problems, more problems than good, or that can we can contain by, I say, within the next 20, 25, 30 years.
Right. I mean, to be human is to be have a full life. I mean, it's not just uh, uh, a long life, but without richly emotional or that sort of life might not be that much fulfilling. I mean, it's not the life in the years that counts, but the years you have in the life you have in the years, right? Ilya, you
Absolutely.
want to say something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, if I also may say something, basically you named two major problems that we absolutely have to address. One is that humans may not be so well adapted to the kind of technologies that may emerge. These technologies may eventually turn out on us to become destructive. And the second is the question of inequality, which is also may be a major destabilizing force in this world due to the developing technologies. These are absolutely questions we have to address. Uh, uh, it is difficult for me to say definitely what we're going to do with adaptation problem, because the technologies are emerging in such an amazing space that simply no way to know how we react. But certainly when these technologies are developed, we have to give a good thought how we're going to adapt them to the actual human beings that are walking this planet, not some ideal post-human form, but to actual human beings who are here. And the question about the inequality is also a severe problem, and we have to also invest a very good thought in the problem of regulation. So when we talk about regulation of technology, we shouldn't just talk how we make the regulation that those technologies are developed at the speed of light, just to make them the most profitable and the most beneficial for development, but also how we're going to distribute those technologies, how we make them accessible, perhaps through some I don't know, governmental oversight, or through some quotas, or I don't know how. But we certainly, when talking about regulation of technologies, we have to think how we make them universally accessible. So that's, I think, two ways that we can advance.
Thank you.
So Sandeep, you can continue if you want.
Yeah, so those were the main points that I wanted to make. Other than that, I think my whole idea was on the lines of Harish, that we have to move from technology focus to now people focus, and start investing in people also. Try to develop focus on education, MOOCs, new forms of education, so that they are prepared for the future. So they are not caught unawares when the future unfolds, or when the future is co-created, and the future is co-created by our own will, rather being just manifesting out of itself. I mean, it should be guided future that we create, not that because the cost is going down, so just let it go down. I mean, because the technology allows us to do things, that's why we do things. That should not be the focus. The focus is we want the technology for this purpose, and that's why we develop technology for that purpose. It's not that transistor cost is going down, so everything can be broken down to computational problems. There are problems beyond computation, and probably that is where we should also try to invest in other technologies. I mean, if you are getting the point that I'm trying to make, that it should not be driven reverse, that where we can innovate, there we innovate, and because of the benefits, that monetary benefits that come from it, we keep innovating there because it's possible to innovate. Rather, it should be driven by where the need is. If the need is towards educating people, then that is where the focus of the research and innovation should lie.
Dr.
So
Jose would like
that
to
is
talk
all.
about.
Yeah, that is all I had to say.
Okay.
I'm
Dr.
happy
Jose,
to take any questions or any comments.
yeah, I would like to invite Dr. Jose to talk about your ethical issues. You just you said about like psychological issue after we got such technology in the future with the enhancement of the human or something. So would like to Dr. Jose would like to answer about this all.
Okay, well, first, my name is pronounced Jose, like San Jose in California, Silicon Valley, San Jose.
Okay.
So my name is Jose, or like they say also in the USA, no way, Jose. So it's Jose.
So, Jose. Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
In India, it's funny. In India, yeah, people always pronounce Jose in a different way. But anyway, yeah, Sandeep made very important points. And my worry is that part of humanity might stay behind. Okay, like I talk about the Amish. The Amish, you know, they stopped adopting technology 200 years ago. 200 years ago, no more technology for the Amish. But actually, there are other groups. Like I grew up in South America. I grew up between Venezuela and Brazil. And there are many Indian communities, Indian from South America, Aboriginal communities that don't use even clothes. They don't wear clothes. They don't want to speak modern languages like Spanish or Portuguese. They speak their Aboriginal language from 10,000 years ago. They don't use clothes. Obviously, they don't have any technology. They don't have wheels. They don't have round wheels that at least the Amish have wheels, but not the Amazon jungle Indians, okay? So part of the humanity actually might want to stay like that. And if you go to the Amazon jungle, those Aboriginal Indians, they want to remain like that. They don't want to use clothes. They don't want telephones. They don't want to speak in Spanish or Portuguese, which are the modern languages of South America. Or the Amish, again, the Amish don't want to change after 200 years. So we might see a big disruption in humanity because parts of the world, particularly East Asia, if you go to Japan, Korea, China, most of China and certainly Japan and Korea are moving forward. In fact, I would say they are flying with these technologies. And parts of the world are actually staying behind. So that is my worry. What might happen, because these changes are so fast, so incredibly fast, that we don't have time even to think if we adapt or not, because they happen. The changes just keep on happening, okay? So that is my concern. However, I think younger people, younger generations, they adapt very quickly to all technologies, okay? In fact, there is a very nice definition of technology. Technology are the things that appear after you were born. For example, for a child who is born with internet and a mobile telephone, that is not technology, because the child was born with that. So that technology is okay. It's like we are digital natives and some are digital immigrants like me. I'm a digital immigrant, but people who are born today are digital natives, a native versus an immigrant. So anyway, I don't know what is going to happen, because these changes are moving so fast and they are changing exponentially. Technology changes exponentially, but humans, we either do not change, or if we change linearly. So the gap is growing between the technology and humans and human institutions. So I am worried about that, but I'm also optimistic that most of these technologies are to improve the human condition. And I'm not worried about artificial intelligence. I'm not worried about artificial intelligence, even bigger than human intelligence. What I am worried about is human stupidity. That is what worries me, human stupidity.
Sandeep?
Yeah, I agree with that. Even artificial intelligence or anything like that doesn't bother me also. But what I do agree with Professor Jose is that what does matter is the fact that there is a gap between how we psychologically evolve, what we understand about the human mind and about our own psychological evolution, and how fast the technology is evolving. So that is there definitely I do see a gap and a cause for concern. And that's why probably we need more philosophers, psychologists, and all those also involved in these vision of the future, how to design the future.
Thank you. So, anyone else? Okay, I think we can move forward, and next will be the Ilya Stemler talk about, because this talk is little shorter than other. So, Ilya, I think you are ready for that. So, I would like to invite the Ilya Stemler, Dr. Ilya Stemler from Israel. He's very well-known longevity activist, I think, all around the world. He's the author and currently outreach coordinator of ISOAD USA, but I think he's working from Israel itself. He's one of the great person and also one of the great friend of mine. And at the moment is also the advising committee of the India Future Society. I would like to invite Ilya. So, Ilya.
Thank you, Avinash. It is a great pleasure to be here, and I'm also so proud, to be part of India Future Society, and help whenever I can. So here's my presentation. I hope mine works. One second.
Yeah, try for share.
Okay, so this is my presentation. So today is the future day. How is our future going to look like? And I change slide.
Yes,
Does it change?
Yes, okay.
Okay, great. Obviously, we do not, as Harish also said, we do not stand in place. Our evolution is progressing, but in what direction? How will the human look like, and how will his environment or her environment or its environment look like? I'll try to give a very rapid overview. I hope it is not too large a presentation, but I'll try to run very fast. So how will the human of the future look like? Will he look like this? I'm not sure I like this picture very much. What about those apes? Those apes are actually us. Where are they going? Is it going to look like this? Are we going to be custom-made models with the pre-planted personality and pre-programmed desires? Are going to be hybrids? Are going to be the ultimate hybrid between the human, the horse, and the washing machine? or are we going to stay humans, but you know, have all kinds of technologies built for us that we can survive better? That's my favorite scenario, but there can be all kinds of scenarios. So I'm a little bit of Amish in this way. I would still like to be me. You know, I would still like my form to continue with the help of technology. Perhaps some other form may be more adaptable, more efficient. Some other environments, maybe I don't know, cats or I don't know, or cockroaches may be more adaptable in some environments. But I would like to stay me and continue my personality with the help of technology. So basically, this the kind of technology I would want. Basically the same human form that everybody has, 2 legs, 2 arms, but with all kinds of technologies to allow it to survive. So my goal in life is survival. As Jose mentioned, there are many ways that could lead us to technological developments. The NBIC, I will not dwell too long on them. But of course, besides the human form that may evolve, we also have to think of the environment, of the evolution of the environment, because the humans do not live outside of the environment. They have needs, and when we speak about the development of the human, we have to also speak about the development of the means to supply human needs. For example, things like housing and food and clothing and transportation, entertainment, reproduction. There are more pictures on that, but I didn't bring them. In this regards, also the technology can help immensely, but we have to plan. We have to think what kind of needs humans have, and develop technologies accordingly. I'm especially partial to housing because, you know, it's a huge problem in Israel. The prices of housing are sky high, and technologies like 3-dimensional printing is actually can be a solution, but it's not getting near the attention of politicians. You spoke about our politicians being transhumanists. I wish they learn more about such technologies. But actually, when we speak about human evolution, about human development, or even about transhumanism, there are 2 kinds of areas we're talking about. There's the increasing capabilities, and there's life extension. My favorite area is life extension. That's where I focus my efforts. Of course, I'd like us all to have great capabilities, if of course if they're compatible with their human form. I would like us to fly and, you know, to shoot X-rays, but I think all those capabilities are worth nothing if a person is not able to survive, if he has a finite lifespan. So first of all, we have to learn how to survive. That's our basic, most important capability. And when we can think about additional capabilities. Of course, these things are connected. For example, advanced capabilities allow us to survive, and on the other hand, extended lifespan allows us to increase our capabilities. But there is a difference of emphasis where you focus your efforts. I would like to focus my efforts on life extension proper of this human form. And when we speak about life extension, there are actually 3 kinds of questions that arise. How do we make it? Is it feasible? Is it desirable? Do we want to live longer? And what do we want to do about it? How do we want to achieve it? So regarding feasibility, there is no question about it. It is absolutely feasible. There is no law in nature that says that the current lifespan is the absolute limit, that we cannot extend it. Biological systems are immortal at their basis, but of course our technological capabilities do not yet allow any significant life extension. We have to do a lot of fundamental and applied research before we get to actual capabilities of extending our lifespan. So there are all kinds of directions. I will not refer to extending life after we're dead, things like uploading and cryonics. I will talk about the extending life when we are still alive. And here we have several grounds for optimism. First of all, the life expectancy is increasing always. There is absolutely no ceiling to this increase, and no limit in sight. Especially in developing countries, we see that the life expectancy in the developing countries develops the fastest. Actually, it's about half a year each year in developing countries. In the West, it is a little slower, 3 months every year, but still there is a constant trend of increasing life expectancy. The technology is, of course, advancing, as Jose mentioned. I'm not sure if it is advancing exponentially in all areas, but it's definitely advancing. Biology allows life extension. Actually, as we see, there are life forms that are non-aging, that have the potential for biological immortality, that is to say, for unlimited lifespan. And there are considerable advances in experimental life extension. In animal models, in mice, life has been extended by 40%. In other life forms like nematode worms, even 10 times. So all this shows the proof of feasibility, that it is possible to extend life, extend healthy life. But of course, we have little idea how to do it in humans. That's why we need to invest in research. Of course, the first condition to be able to extend life is to treat the main cause of life shortening, the main cause of death. And age-related disease is, of course, aging process itself, the degenerative aging process. So when people speak about healthy aging, actually they want not healthy aging, they want healthy longevity. So this is a kind of terms that we aspire to. Because of course aging itself, as it occurs today, it's the main cause of disease, and it is itself a morbid process. And there are once again grounds for optimism that aging can be ameliorated or even stopped or even reversed. And one major source of optimism is because actually our entire science of life extension, our entire science of anti-aging research is about 100 years old. Of course, people search for life extension since time immemorial, since maybe 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. In India, in the West, and other places, but the actual scientific study of aging and life extension based on scientific methods started about 100 years ago. For example, scientists like Elena, before Elena, we didn't even know what immune cells are, and now we are beginning to synthesize them. So in 100 years, we made a huge leap, and we can only imagine what can happen in the next 100 years, even 50 or 10 years. Of course, we don't shoot always. We don't shoot the target from the first. There are all kinds of errant ways, all kinds of trial and error going. But some forms of life-extending technology will even bizarre, like transplantation of animal sex glands and things like that. But we shouldn't, we shouldn't ridicule them, because we have to understand that people don't start to talk by quoting Shakespeare. They start to talk by saying "mom" and "dad," and then developing. So these first attempts are certainly valuable. And of course, in the 60s, especially after the war, there was a huge surge of technological capabilities in that regard. First of all, the science of eliminating the origin of damage, starting from antioxidants and ending with antibiotics. And on the side of replacement, there emerged a wide area of replacement organs, biological organs and bionic organs. So this again proved the principle that organs and tissues that are worn out can be replaced, and thus life can be maintained. So a little bit like a machine that can be maintained in good working order. Now the interventions go to the genetic levels. For example, on one hand, we learn to attenuate the genes that are responsible for life shortening. For example, the decay accelerating factor, the DF. On the other hand, we learn to stimulate the genes that are responsible for or associated with extended lifespan, such as FOXO, CLOT, sirtuins, etc. Once again, I wouldn't expect effective geroprotective therapies tomorrow, but that's certainly this is certainly very promising directions. the geroprotective substances, the anti-aging substances that Elena referred to, are also being developed. On the one hand, we learn to replenish the deficits in our organism. On the other hand, we learn to eliminate the toxins. But here again, I would be very cautious, as a famous rejuvenation scientist of the 16th century, Paracelsus, said, the dose makes the poison. So if we overdose, we can actually shorten people's lives, and this is where we should focus our research efforts. You know, trying to customize the dose, trying to work on safety. So once again, don't just take drugs. Do research on drugs first. The developments now go to the nano level. You know, on the one hand, we have nanoparticles to destroy cancer cells. On the other hand, we have the first prototypes of nanoparticles to restore certain deficiencies, to restore, for example, oxygen delivery. This is a very important development because, let's say, 100% of deaths are caused by lack of oxygen supply. So this is the kind of development that can really help us extend our lifespan, but once again, we are not there yet. The SENSE project, I would not dwell too much on that. Everybody in this audience know what it is. The regenerative medicine, on the one hand, eliminating the senescent cells, the superfluous cells, through immunotherapy, for example. On the other hand, growing replacement organs either inside the body or outside of the body using scaffolds, bioreactors, or 3D printing. Also very encouraging developments that weren't even here about 10 years ago. Of course, we can also replace artificial organs, also a field that is immensely growing. Also a very encouraging element, showing once again that we can maintain the human machine. But besides these let's call them mechanistic means for life extension, there is also the good old holistic means that we shouldn't despise. The good old moderation and healthy nutrition, exercise, more holistic methods like electromagnetic therapy. All these are additional directions of research that we have to pursue. None of it is yet ready for actual human life extension or proven as life-extending therapies, but these are definitely excellent proofs of principle. Okay, so we have established that, and once again, we have to be careful about safety. We don't want us to be killed in the pursuit of life extension. So safety, once again, safety. Would advise on any actual therapies to be taken now, just but need more research. Still, the proof of principle is there. So we have established that that life extension is possible. We just need more research, more advanced applied research, but actually we can get there. But do we want it? Yes, we want it, first of all, for the simple reason that extension of life means that we value life, that we want to live. So when people ask me, but give me a good reason why should we extend life, I answer back usually, first give me a reason why you want to live, why you don't kill yourself, and then I will repeat this for the reason why we should extend our life. So philosophers spoke about it in the past, of course. What famous one is FM 2030. We must rebel against the vulnerability of the human body. Life is precious. More than ever, it is urgent to overcome death. So it is a basic human desire for survival, and the desire for life extension stems from this desire for survival. But there are also pragmatic benefits to life extension. First of all, life extension correlates with virtually all human values, such as quality of life, education. So when we extend life, we actually also, by proxy or in a company way, improve all the other parameters of human development. So that's again why I personally focus on life extension, because by extending life we provide a measurable index for human development, for also for other areas. Life extension correlates with education. Life extension correlates with intellectual activity, with prosperity, with peacefulness. You cannot live long and go to war. And also with equality, with social justice. It was shown that in countries where the life expectancy is the highest, the democratic mechanisms are best developed, and also the protection of the citizens is the best, as well as the actual equality, in terms of actual financial assets. In more egalitarian countries, people live longer. So when we work for life extension, we actually work for equal opportunities, for equal means for people. There are all those kinds of objections to life extension. Everybody here is aware of that life extension will diminish change, that it will bring us boredom and stagnation, and people will suffer forever, and that death gives meaning to life. And there are, of course, all the good arguments against that. That we also need stability in our life. That with life extension, potential for learning and achievement will be increased. That suffering is not written in the stone, and not written in the sky, but we can prevent it. And that life has a meaning of its own. That people don't have to die, to have meaning in life. And actually, a lot of people worry that we're going to have extension of life at the expense of life quality. They imagine, that the world turning into a big geriatric home, with people connected to perfusion apparatuses, and everybody working just to keep them alive. No, actually, the opposite is correct. When we extend life, we actually improve people's health. And as we know by the examples of centenarians, they have the good function, the clear mind, and the ability to work almost to the end of the days. And that's the world that we want to create, that we want to at least try to build. A very common objection is overpopulation. Of course, there's the basic ethic arguments against it is, okay, so there may be a little less resources, so what? But at least people will continue to live. But actually, the shortage of resources is not expected to happen, because actually it was calculated already in the 1960s that by the agricultural capabilities of that time, the world was able to sustain about 50 billion people. And since that time, the agricultural capabilities about doubled in developed countries. So 100 billion people is something this Earth can hold even before going to other planets. Still, another strong argument against the overpopulation issue is that actually the overpopulation is the problem of countries with low life expectancy, when people overcompensate with high mortality. Overcompensate with high fertility for high mortality. When life expectancy increases, when mortality decreases, people actually become to stabilize in terms of population growth. So if you want to combat overpopulation, we actually have to increase life expectancy. There are all kinds of philosophical questions about life extension. Will we be the same? I think yes. Even if we change and learn new things, we still have our personality, our core values with us. Okay, great. So life extension is possible. Life extension is desirable. So what are we going to do about this? If something is possible to achieve, and if we want it to happen, so a rational strategy would be to go after it. To do something for it to happen as soon as possible. And here the question is a little more involved. We don't know what we have to do to extend life. We have to do more research. But at least we have to set this as a goal. We have to set this as a world priority, life extension for all. As people now want health, we should want life extension. We should think of a program, a kind of set of technologies we want to develop, both from the outside to improve the health condition for the elderly, because it is known that in safer environments, even the biological aging is slowed down, but also from the inside by developing the kind of technologies that we refer to: regenerative medicine, tissue engineering, gene therapy, nanomedicine, things like that. And of course, we have to think very hard how we accomplish this, who pays for what, and who makes the decision, how these technologies, when they are developed, become accessible to everybody. We don't know. We have very little idea how, but at least we have to start this dialogue. We have to discuss. We have to bring this to the public attention, to political attention, and to professional attention. Some very initial recommendations can be made in terms of policy. We have to increase funding for this type of research. We have to provide incentives for people who work in this area, so they don't go unemployed, so they don't starve. You have to reward people who work in this area, and you have to provide institutions and coordination for this kind of research, so it will become a kind of Manhattan project that instead of killing people will extend their life. Once again, here it is repeated. Recently, we published an article in the Journal of the International Society on Aging in Disease, where we delineated those rationales and those technologies and those policies that may be needed to advance the field. Once again, funding, incentives in institutions. And by the way, we invite everybody to join our struggle for the fastest development of these technologies. There's a goal for everybody. Everybody can contribute. Things like improved research, studying of the relevant fields, joining groups that are involved in life extension advocacy, supporting actual research, lobbying, bringing this to the attention of politicians, media, and first of all, just being healthy and live long as possible. As Kurzweil said, that live long enough to live forever. I would just say live long enough to live long enough. Thank you.
Very nice presentation, and a nice talk about the longevity. So, any one of you like to ask any question? Yeah.
Hi, Ilya. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Sure. I was just a nice talk and nice. It's nice to hear your talk again after Hyderabad event in India last year.
Thank you.
Sure. And so yeah, I mean, it's nice to have you here today.
Thank you.
And your continued help today.
So, is there any questions anyone would like to ask?
Did I talk too fast? Everybody's stunned.
No, it's not like that. It's actually more like longevity research, and yeah. Still, if I have a question, actually, it's more like general question. Maybe other want to know, or maybe other have a different kind of answer. But I like to know your views. How you see that technological immortality or digital immortality versus the biological longevity or biological immortality or longevity, whatever you say. How you say these two things?
Okay. First of all, as I mentioned from the start, I'm a little bit of Amish in this regard. I represent the neo-Ludist, Orthodox school, I would like to continue myself. I'm not very interested, to expand capabilities. I want to stay alive, right? So I'm personally interested in continuing in this biological form because that's me, and digital immortality will not be me. It will not have the same body. It will not have the same senses. It will be complete life of forms. It may be legitimate life of forms, but it will not be human life form. So it may be possible, but it will not be us. I think for us as humans, we have to interact with the environment. We have to move. We have to eat. That's human beings. But there may be other life forms that do not need those things, and for them, digital immortality may be an option. Not for me personally.
Yeah, you are telling right. As a human need, we need to eat, we need to sleep, or we need to walk, we need to do exercise, and different thing we do every day as a normal human. But if we see the digital immortality or mind uploading kind of thing, so just a view that we can culture the cell. Okay, we can make a kind of same body parts. I mean, in the same term like our physical body have, we can generate such kind of body component. If we compose such body completely, and just in the brain, particular brain part, we have a digital brain rather than a physical brain, then maybe we behave like the similar and the way like we are behaving now. So what's the difference? Maybe.
Well, I think, once again, maybe I'm too conservative, but I think that the computational capabilities, even in 100 years, even after singularity, will never compare with the actual world. The world will always be bigger than us, than all our computation capabilities. So I think we still will need to interact with the real world, and we will never be able to simulate it completely. So that's why I think the simulated life form will be always deficient compared to the actual life forms. We simply don't know enough about human being to simulate it even to the nearest degree of approximation. So I would try to keep as long as possible with this body, with this environment, with this world. But I'm open. Let's see what happens in 200 years. Maybe maybe our computational activities, our computational capabilities advance to such a level that it may be possible to simulate with precision, but not until then. That's my view.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question for Dr. Elias Tamla.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. I Tamla in the sense that I believe I myself am personally amish to this form. I believe in longevity where we retain this human form. I agree 100. I guess I'm wrong. I don't agree 100% with Dr. Stamler. I agree 200% with Dr. Stamler. But mistake, yes. I mean, the reason I think no one has a question on his presentation is because yes, it's something that we want to learn about, and that's his field. It was very. I think it was a very sufficient, adequate presentation. But I would like to hear from him on a subject that he has not talked about, because he talks about longevity. I would like his view. Again, I've asked these questions before in this conference this evening on two things. One is what's his take on mutation, whether for the purpose of longevity or for quality of life in longevity, or the second view is on retaining not just life, which longevity is about, but retaining youth or reversing to youth, because the problem with longevity is that, yeah, you live longer, but the problem with time is that every year you grow older, and growing older in human life means you lose your youth. And what's his take on the preservation of youth or reversion to youth? So that's what I would like to hear, and also the first part of those things.
Okay, first of all, these are very involved questions, so that's why I personally think that we are quite a long way from actual life extension in humans. That's why we have to intensify our research effort in these directions. First of all, about mutation. Yes, of course, there are mutations. It was shown in animals that a certain mutation can extend life 10 times in certain worms, like in C. elegans. But it is possible. It's actually blocking one single gene called decay accelerating factor. So when you block decay acceleration, you have less decay, right? So, but it's much more complex than that. I wouldn't advise it in humans because we have to study very carefully how this specific gene interacts with all the other 20,000 genes in our body, less genes in the worm body, but 20,000 genes in our body, whether it would not produce monstrosities, whether it would not produce cancer, how these organisms will interact with the environment, how it will, will it be able to reproduce? Because we don't want, to extend life and the human race. So people will not be able to reproduce, and some of these worms indeed stop reproducing. So there are certain interactions that is still reproduced and still active, but we have to be careful, once again, not to kill ourselves in the pursuit of life extension. And the second question, but in principle, in terms of biological theory, it is absolutely possible to create a mutation and reverse aging, stop aging to produce some kind of what's called neotenic form. For example, some organisms they stop aging, called neotenic form. They as if they're always remain at the same age. There are even humans like this. For example, there was this baby a couple of years ago. There's a lot of talk about it. Some humans remain at the same age, and there are certain mutations that allow them to do this. So we have to study those mutations and maybe utilize them. But once again, this baby is a miserable human being. It stays forever at the age of 2, and she doesn't walk, she doesn't learn. But be careful. And the second question is about the retention of use. Also a very complex question. Also, it is possible, theoretically, it is possible to return to personal use. There were several studies that showed the actual retardation of age, the actual reversal of age of particular aging system. For example, the immune system was completely rejuvenated, actually, by an Israeli scientist here, and also by some extension of telomerase, there was a reversal of age rejuvenation in some mice. It was already in 2010. But here also we have to be very careful because actually the restoration of youth and life extension can be two conflicting forces. For example, a lot of people take growth hormone. They think that rejuvenates them, right? They feel powerful, they feel strong, they feel active, but that actually shortens their life. So actually rejuvenation can shorten your life. So we have to be careful, both to keep at a younger level and try to extend life. Sometimes life prolongation may mean some reduction of function. We want both, and we have to learn how to get them both, but we don't know yet how to do this. But once again, in terms of principle, it is possible to keep young and live long at the same time.
Okay.
Does it answer you?
Thank you again. So anyone else?
Ilya, just one more question. Just
Please.
are you, any near future going to Silicon Valley to collaborate with all the other researchers for life extension?
I hope so. I hope this become one huge world collaborative research project. Because
Yeah.
Manhattan is a nice archetype, is a nice model, but Manhattan was actually two countries, trying to outrace each other in the way to kill each other, right? And here we have a project that can actually unite people. So and here we race for each other. So if something happens in India, people in Israel and other places will only benefit from it. So I hope this will become one big collaborative project in Silicon Valley. I hope it will develop, even I don't hope. Maybe it will develop somewhere else. Maybe it will develop in India. because
Yeah.
as we talk, the communication now increases and people information becomes more accessible, and the actual research tools become cheaper. So we don't know, maybe in some basement in India that they will be found a cure. We don't know, but
Sure.
I hope.
And you know, like I just saw in the website of that Palo Alto Longevity Prize that there are not just one, many researchers working on this topic, like life extension and related topics like this. So it's just a huge community who are working on this project, I think.
Yes, it is increasing. It is very encouraging. This community is increasing. Just 10 years ago, it was not so. Just 10 years ago, when you said you work in life extension, or even if you work on research of aging, you are kicked out of all the stairs. Now you see Google is doing this, and you
Yes,
know,
yes, exactly.
world-class
That is what.
scientists. And I see it's like it's like an avalanche. It will only increase. It will only increase until it becomes a global mission.
Sure. So, any plans for second book on longevity?
Hello, Siddharth. Can
So,
we talk the personal talk later? We move on.
yeah,
I'm sorry,
somebody asked.
it's not.
Somebody asked when you're going to write the history of the 21st century life extension, and someone else, I hope so, but someone else said that the history of 20th century research is going to be done in the next 10 years, or even faster. So we have to write very fast. Other questions?
Thank you, Ilya.
Could I add something?
Yeah, please,
Yes, please.
go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you, Ilya, for a great presentation. I totally agree with you that it needs to do a lot of efforts to make life extension technologies grow. And so I would like to emphasize that actually the efforts in every country, in every small institution connected to healthcare problems is very important. Because right now we do not know where exactly the complex of life extending technologies will appear. What would be the elements of this complex? Because aging is a complex phenomenon, so there are many processes that underlie aging, and each of these processes has to be investigated, and the interventions must be developed for every one of these processes. So we need as many people as we can afford to work on this problem. So even if you hear about Calico and Google efforts working on aging, if you hear about the activity of Aubrey de Grey and his Sense Foundation, please do not hope that this is enough. Please do something yourself. Please come to your scientist and ask them if this topic is interesting for them, and if they need some help from you or some additional funding, because everything is important to reach life extension technologies and to reach eventually to reach immortality.
Yes, I agree, absolutely. It's in our hands. A lot of people talk about, it will happen in 2045 or in 2046 or maybe 7. I don't know. If nobody works on it, it may never be reached, or after 200 years. But if it actually becomes the world priority, if everybody gives it some thought, you don't have to quit your job and dedicate everything to life extension research, but just give it some thought, study a little bit, discuss it with politicians, making sure that some funding goes to it, every little thing you can do, produce some materials, some texts about it, every little thing you can do that can only accelerate our development, and we will all benefit from it.
Nice.
Dr. Ilya, just one last thing from me for tonight. I just thought I'd make a suggestion. This idea comes to my mind since this is being hosted by the India Future Society from India. I thought perhaps it's just playing on my mind. You may want to study this one individual. His name is Amitabh Bachchan. I'm sure Siddharth and Avinash know him very well. He's 70 plus, and he does what 21-year-olds in most countries can't do. He's got white hair these days, but apart from that, for a man of 70 plus, he doesn't doesn't give you a feel of an old man. So perhaps doing some research on what his secret is could help you on longevity.
not just him, ideally it should be, a national Indian project, to collect data on people in old age, to compare people who age healthily, and unhealthily, to collect the data on centenarians, to see what their secret. So he's just one person. Basically, it should be a huge database in India. But I hope we will get there. There's little doubt that they will.
Yeah, wish for the best. So Ilya, thank you for presentation. Very nice presentation of your. Very
Thank
nice
you. Pleasure.
thoughts from Elena also about this big project, and of course from Ilya, like something like creating a big project among all the countries around the world. So let's hope for the best, and I hope in India we also can do something related to it as much as possible, and more activists
Yes,
coming
that
forward
project,
to
I
join
have
us.
to interrupt, that project in Hyderabad can be a huge push, you will just see. You know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
but in future we can expect the same, right? Maybe you can say the huge project. Okay, so I'd like to move the last person of today's conference. It's a MV Priyan. He's quite young. I think one of the youngest today. He's basically a trainer, more psychologically and spiritual kind of trainer, and also like a science evangelist, and also my old friend. When we are doing some kind of internship in Microsoft. So he's gonna talk about the future in the term of spiritualism and another basically a human science, which could be helpful in the ethical issues like the Sandeep talk about. So I like to invite him for today's talk. Priyank,
Thanks
welcome.
a lot, Avna. Hi. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, and I think everyone.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Thanks a lot. So, hi everybody. It was really great to hear lots of new knowledge and lots of uh, new presenters to see. Right now, I'm in Haridwar, just completed a retreat and joined the presentation. About me, my name is Priyank. I'm located in New Delhi. I used to have an IT business. Then suddenly, after seeing some miracles through the Sai Karuna mission, psychic surgery and Karuna healing, by which any problems can be healed from BP, cancer, sugar, asthma to career, financial problems as well. I saw lots of miracles and people's lives were changing. So I thought it's better to change people's life more instead of focusing on my career. So I joined Sai Karuna mission team. I would like to share my screen right now. Let me try.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Uh,
Yeah, we can see.
So you can see it, perfect, perfect.
Yeah.
So the name of the presentation, I named it as why to face problems when you have solutions instead of naming some specific topics. Because at the end, whatever problem we have, whatever issue we have in our lives, all the solutions are within us. By this presentation, I'll clear this for sure to all of you. About mind and brain, in simple terms, to differentiate between mind and brain, brain is like a hardware and mind is like a software. You can find brain in the physical form, but you can't find mind in the physical form. Like our laptop is a hardware, and the operating system which you are using, Windows 7 or Windows 8, is like a software. So brain is like a hardware and mind is like a software. As per the research, 90% of the diseases which come to people are because of the thoughts and emotions. In an average, in a day, we think about 60,000 thoughts, and 90% of them are 54,000 negative thoughts. So imagine 54,000 negative thoughts you get in a day into 365 days into our age. Lots of lakhs of crores of negative thoughts are in our brain right now, in our mind right now, due to which we get our problems. Seeing the neuron structure of our brain, this is a neuron structure of our neuron or a cell in our brain, you can say. There are about 50 trillion neurons in our brain. You can say 5 followed by 50 followed by 30 zeros. That number of neurons are in our brain, and each neuron is connected with 50,000 other neurons. So you can imagine, by just damage of one single neuron, it can affect 50,000 other neurons immediately. You might have seen some cases that as soon as child take birth, the child is suffering from jaundice or diabetes or some BP problems during childhood itself. Why is this happening? This is happening because some wrong information has been stored in the neuron, due to which the development of the lymphatic system, muscular system, and endocrine system has been done. So if the information is perfect in neuron, the entire muscular system, endocrine system, and lymphatic system also builds up successfully. I hope you are able to see this slide right now. There is a DNA structure in which there are different colors of colors of information. Taking the red color information as the problematic information or diseased information in a DNA, corresponding to it, there is a different color information. That is a solution, you can say, for that particular problem. So in the DNA itself, we have problematic information as well as solution information in the DNA itself. So if a person has a problem and keeps on thinking in the same thought patterns, in the same thought of emotions continuously on and on and on, the negative information capacity and energy increases. As the energy of negative information, the red information increases, it dominates the positive information, due to which the positive information, the solution is kicked away. And the negative information takes over our brain, due to which the problems manifest. But when we come into spirituality, when we do meditation practices, when we do some healing practices, the positive information corresponding to the negative information, the positive information energy increases and it dominates now the negative information. So it kicks out the negative information, due to which we get solutions in our life. So as I said, based on the neuron information, lymphatic, muscular, and endocrine system is developed. Taking the spiritual aspect, as there is an electromagnetic field around a magnet, every human also has an electromagnetic field, or you can say bioplasmic energy or aura around a human being. So lymphatic system in scientific terms is the resistance or immunity power of a human. In spiritual terms, it can be said or aura or chakra system, which helps us with immunity and maintenance of our system. So based on the information on brain neurons itself, these many number of changes are done in our body. So if there is a perfect information in our brain neurons, our human system is also in perfect conditions. Taking out the mind frequencies, our mind works in mainly 4 major frequencies: beta, alpha, theta, and delta. So you can see beta frequency waveform is little aggressive and little very close, very disturbed pattern. Its frequency is from 15 hertz to 20 hertz. Coming to alpha frequency, you can see it's little relaxed, and waveform it is little bit gaps. It's very relaxed form. Whichever healing techniques you see now all over world, whichever meditation techniques you see, whichever peaceful mind techniques you see, it's mainly of alpha frequency. You might have heard about Silva Ultramind ESP. You might have heard about Silva Ultramind ESP or any healing techniques. So they take us mainly to the alpha state and relax our mind and brain, and then use the healing techniques to get the solution. Then comes the theta state. Theta frequency is the frequency which comes just 3 minutes before our sleep, and as soon as we wake up, it's 3 minutes after we wake up. So it's very short duration of theta frequency. At this frequency, there is a perfect access of subconscious mind. Then comes delta frequency. It's a total relaxation state. It's a soul frequency, you can say. When a person is in a very deep sleep, it's in a delta frequency. The healing system, with the general meditation and healing system which are available in the world, are in alpha frequency. The healing system which we teach in our Psychorona mission, one of them is psychic surgery. It's theta frequency healing system. Then comes delta frequency. The Karna healing system which we teach in our Psychorona mission is the delta frequency healing system. So we teach the healing system in theta and delta frequency, due to which we get better results as well. As we were discussing about longevity, we have many cases where the people with white hair, when perform psychic surgery regularly, in few months their white hair also turn into black hair. So there is unlimited amount of possibilities. About 7,000 cancer patients were treated, out of which 80% cases were successful. Coming to graphology, graphology is a system by which when a person handwriting is perceived by the graphology system, by seeing the handwriting itself, doctors, the graphology specialist can completely detail out about the person point to point. How is the behavior of the person? How is the financial life? How is the emotional life? How is the spiritual life? How is the career life? Everything can be predicted by the graphology system itself. So you might have observed many times that the doctor's handwriting is one of the worst handwriting in the world. I'm very sorry to say if there are any doctors in this conference. Especially doctor's handwriting is very disturbed. One of the reason we understood in our research is the doctors keep on interacting with lots of patients regularly day by day, and patients are completely in emotional state, due to which they are always in beta state. So when the patients come to the doctor, the patients are in beta state. So as the doctor keeps on interacting with patients, the doctor also slowly comes into beta state. And also the doctor is always very stressful that out of the thousands of medicines, which medicine should I choose and give to them? So it's completely stressful, because of which it's very, very continuously stressed, which is continuously impacting on the handwriting itself. You can see on the left hand side, it's a signature of a doctor. Right hand side, there is a signature of a meditator. In our research, we use some aura photography equipments. As I said, there is an electromagnetic field around a magnet. So there is an electromagnetic field around a human. There is an electromagnetic field around every object or every piece of paper in the form of energy. By our aura research equipments, we can take the aura photograph of the particular thing we want to research on, and based on the colors, we interpret the aura or energy of the taken photograph. Left side photograph of the doctor, you can see there is a lot of dark energies, red energies, stressful energies, and right side signature shows very calm, peaceful, and soothing energies. Taking out the types of mind, we have mainly three types of mind: conscious mind, subconscious mind, and superconscious mind. So as you all are listening to this presentation right now, you are sitting on a chair having headphones on you, and you're sitting in a room. So until I told all these points to you, your mind almost cancelled out all these functions. It was completely focusing on this presentation. So what does the conscious mind do is it focuses on the particular work it's doing and cancel out all the other stuff. The conscious mind is like a temporary storage. Whatever you see or whatever you pursue in the conscious mind retains for very less amount of time. The subconscious mind is like a permanent storage. After this 2-3 hours of conference, when asked the 10 people who have attended this conference what they have understood out of this conference, every person's answer is different. Every person has a different point to explain. Not a single person has same points like the other person. Why? All of them have seen the entire conference for the equal amount of time. All have learned the same. So their answer should have been same. But what happens? They are listening this lecture via the conscious mind. And then whatever they listen with lots of emotion, lots of feelings, with lots of like interesting feelings, like aggressive feelings or happiness feelings, that goes and stores into the subconscious mind. Am I audible? Hello?
You are audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
you are
Oh,
audible.
perfect, perfect. Okay, perfect. So subconscious mind is like a permanent storage. It's like a hard disk. You can take the subconscious mind as the internal memory of the mobile phone where the operating system is stored, and the conscious mind is like a memory card, external memory card that is used in a mobile phone. That is a temporary storage. We can remove. It's like a temporary storage. And again, there is a third concept of super conscious mind, which is very much ignored, especially in the NLP or mind training systems. So super conscious mind is like a connection towards the supreme. It's the connection towards the God or a universal energy that continuously keeps us alive. This super conscious is like an internet connection. The stronger the internet connection, the faster we can open the websites. When represented these three minds in the form of a triangle, as per our research, the upper 1% is a super conscious mind. Again, it's like a mobile network. It's like as the stronger the mobile network, the stronger the health the call communication it is. So there is a continuous source of energy that keeps us alive, that keeps supplying us a power due to which we are alive right now. So whatever is being pursued first goes through the conscious mind and then goes into the subconscious mind. So which are 54,000 negative thoughts for a day I was explaining into 365 days into our age is completely stored in the subconscious mind. So lakhs of crores of negative thoughts and emotions are stored in the subconscious mind itself. As we are getting these lakhs of crores of negative thoughts being stored in the subconscious mind, so due to this we should have got till now BP, sugar, asthma, cancer day by day, every day new diseases we should have been facing right now. But we are being somehow protected from these problems. We are being protected by the 1% subconscious mind in the lower part of the triangle. You can see this. This lower 1% of the superconscious acts as a strong filter, which filters off maximum amount of problem from the subconscious mind, and at the end provides us the information of the problematic information based on the filtering capacity. Taking an example of a filter, there is a filter costing of $50 to thousands of dollars as well. What is the main difference? Both are doing the filtering. If you put dirty water in the filter, what comes out? Filtered, purified water. But the amount of purification of the water depends on the purification capacity of the filter. So based on this purification, the stronger capacity of the superconscious 1%, the number of problems or solutions we get in our life. You might be thinking that already we have so many of problems in our life right now. But imagine if there was no superconscious 1% lower filter, then you can imagine lots of problems we might have been facing. Taking an example of a child, these days when child do lots of aggravative things, when they don't listen to their parents or they don't do whatever their parents are saying, they don't study properly, they keep on playing. So parents, what they do, they take the kid to the psychiatrist. So psychiatrist does a counseling session explaining the kid that you are a very good child, you should study regularly for 2 hours, you should play only for half an hour, you should sleep by 10 p.m. at night. So she does very good counseling to the child, due to which the child becomes a very good child for that moment. And as soon as he comes to the home, he does follow the rules as per the guidance by the psychiatrist, studying for only 2 hours perfectly, playing for only half an hour perfectly, sleeping 10 p.m. perfectly, all going perfectly for few days. This goes for 8 days or about 10 days or up to 15 days. After this 15 days, again slowly the child comes back to the normal, start coming back to the normal state. Again starts playing lot of games, again lot of outdoor activities, again stops studying properly. What happened here right now? The psychiatrist gave treatment to the kid, which got changes in the system of the kid, due to which he was behaving perfectly. But after few days, he again got back to normal. So was the psychiatrist treatment not effective? The point is, The psychiatrist gave a treatment at the conscious level, but all the problematic information is stored in the subconscious level, which is 80%. So how much ever the psychiatrist tries to improve the situation in 18%, the 80% always comes and overtake the person. You can imagine if there is a war between soldiers with 18,000 soldiers and 80,000 soldiers, it's obvious that 80,000 soldiers win the war. So it's obvious how much amount of effort is given in the conscious level. The subconscious root cause is at subconscious. Until and unless the subconscious is not clear, the problem is not cured perfectly. If we have a virus in our computer, there are only two possible solutions. One is either we run antivirus, second we do format. So in the psychic surgery system which we teach here in our workshops, we completely format the subconscious mind and reprogram it. There is no memory loss for sure, nothing to worry. Well, formatting the subconscious mind means removing all the negative thoughts, emotions and feelings from subconscious mind, formatting it completely and then installing the required solutions. I hope I am able to clarify it, and hope my speed is okay.
Yeah, you're going great. Go on.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks. Taking an example of the one example, our main team person is Dr. Udesha, with whom we are working right now. So Dr. Udesha did his 8.5 years medical practice. Due to some limitations in medical system, he started exploring different systems like naturopathy, Ayurveda and all. In the beginning, when he learned psychic surgery, he had a lots of logical mind working with him, that how can a energy-based system cure some problem. We were treating the patients with medicines. Here, how without medicines a problem can be cured. So after learning psychic surgery, he did first experiment on his father himself. So his father was very much addicted to cigarette. Lots of cigarette he used to smoke day by day. So without informing his father, he used to perform psychic surgery from his home regularly for 2-3 months. After 2-3 months, his father completely left off this cigarette addiction. His father also was shocked what happened. So after that, Dr. Desha went and told that his father that he did psychic surgery, due to which the addiction was left. Instead, and as the psychic surgery was being done for the addiction problem, side by side, the diabetes and BP levels of his father also got normal in that process itself. What happened when the treatment was being done for the addiction problem, the subconscious mind was being formatted. And so the problematic information was being removed in parallel at all levels. So when the addiction problem is being cured, all the diabetes and BP problems also being cured. So here there is a very good result for financial development as well. Taking an example of the computer again, if we need to open a Word document, we need MS Office, Microsoft Word. So if we need if you want to get away from financial problems and need abundance of financial prosperity, so here we remove all the poverty and obstructions to prosperity and install the solution information of abundance and prosperity. Many got many job offers, many career growth opportunities after learning psychic surgery and performing on them regularly. Last December, a youngster learned from me psychic surgery and Karuna healing. After he was searching for a job from past 7 to 8 months. After performing healing for 2-3 days itself, within 3 days he got 2 job offers. One was a multinational company itself. So there are miraculous results in career and financial life as well. About law of attraction, maximum of you might have seen the Secret movie, the law of attraction concept. But as the concept was developed in US, but the highest recession point was in US itself. The law of attraction had to work in US for abundance and prosperity, but why recession got into that system? Because at the end, the maximum amount of law of attraction is being working on conscious level itself. but the main change is to be brought in the subconscious level. This is the research of old field microscope energy particles. When a blood slide, actually this old field microscope has been banned right now. Dr. Daishwa worked on this old field microscope for 2 years. It was in Singapore, some research institution, 17th floor. So what happens when a blood sample is put under the old field microscope? The negative karmic particles or negative problematic information could have been detected via the old field microscope. So old field microscope was banned because it was damaging lot of medical system, and slowly it might have damaged the medical system entirely. So it was completely banned. So old field microscope, by that we could have been knowing the problematic information that was entering into the blood, and the development of the progress of the problematic information or the solution. Considering the black spots in the first box, is the black problematic information or the negative karmic information, you can say. If the person is in the same thoughts and same emotions and same feelings continuously, the karmic particles were getting closer and closer, and the emotions, if the emotions were still the same, and then the karmic information got more closer and the problem was manifested in the form of disease. So with the help of psychic surgery, we can reverse the cycle. God, here we can see in the 3 boxes from the first to third. God gives us time, that there is time to change from the first box level to third box level. If you change our thoughts and emotions and feelings from the beginning itself, there is no need to suffer the problem in the later stage. With psychic surgery, we can dilute this problem and we get back to normal stage. Taking some examples of types of emotions impacting our system, our body. Which types of emotions are impacting our system? So, if a person has lots of nervousness, his stomach, his digestive system is directly impacted. You might have seen children it themselves before going to schools or colleges, before going for examination. They say they are facing from loose motions, stomach upset problems. This is direct impact of emotions to the body. Here one question arises: what is the reason nervousness is an emotion, but stomach problem is an organ physical problem? How is an emotion impacting the stomach physical problem here? How is an emotion impacting our body? It's different. What happens is, if you can remember, I told there are 4 different frequencies on which our mind works. Beta, alpha, theta and delta. So beta is very emotional state. So when a person is very nervous, he continuously stays in nervousness. Our organs to work properly, it needs alpha frequency, alpha state. When a person stays continuously emotional state, due to which the person is continuously in beta state, so the organs of our body don't get time for rest in our alpha state or theta state or delta state, due to which the organs are also shifting into the beta state. Because of this, when the organ shift into beta state, the frequency matching causes the particular organ problem. I hope I'm being clear right now.
Yeah, go ahead. It's fine.
So when a person is very fearful, the person chances are to get heart attack problems. You can see heart stroke problems. There are 3 arteries from our heart that is circulating blood in our entire system. So when a person is fearful, these arteries get constrict, due to which blood circulation stops, due to which the person gets heart attack. For stressful situation, there is chest pain problems. When a person is very much worried, if the person gets gastric problems or ulcer problems. When a person is suffering from arthritis or joint pains, chances are the person is very egoistic or does lots of criticism or is a very pridey person. These are one of the factors only which I am discussing. There can be many karmic factors or age factors or astrological factors, vastu factors. There are many factors. We are discussing about emotional factors. So how does a pride impact to arthritis problem? When a person is very prideful, there is no free flow of thoughts in their system. Whatever we try to explain them, they think that I am this higher level of person. How can such a kid, a small youngster can explain me such big concepts? I am not going to accept this. So when there is no free flow of thoughts in the system, there is a gel named synovial fluid between our bones, due to which our bones are flexible. They are able to move. When a person is egoistic, there is no free flow of thoughts. There is no free flow of gel as well in between the bones, due to which the person suffers from arthritis. When there is frustration, the person gets migraine problem. When there is a right brain frustration, it means the person is being frustrated about past life situation or past life experiences which he has been experiencing. Like, why did my parents do like this with me? How come that person took money from me but didn't return to me? He's completely frustrated about this past. If I did like this, I wouldn't have been like this in my life right now. That past life frustration brings right side migraine. When a person is frustrated about the future life, he gets left side migraine. Like frustration about would I be having good savings or not? Would I be able to buy a good house or not? Would my job or career be perfect or not? That type of frustration brings left side migraine. When there is center front side migraine, the person is having present life frustration. Like, my colleagues are not good, I am not having proper food. Frustrations of a current situation. So right side migraine is past life frustration, left side migraine is because of future life frustration, front side migraine is because of present life frustration. When a person has lot of hate towards a person, there are chances of getting appendix problem. So appendix is an unnecessary organ which is developed in the system, due to which the person faces an intense pain. Like hate is an unnecessary emotion, appendix is an unnecessary organ which is created and gives lots of pain. Seeing the chart, this chart, it's the connection between our soul, subconscious mind, chakras, body and aura system. So based on the information stored in soul, the information is being carried out to the subconscious mind, and based on the interaction and the thoughts and emotions we feel, based on the information that's stored in the subconscious mind, based on that the chakra system or the energy system is developed, based on which the body and aura system is also developed. Discussing about the solutions available for the treatments of any kind of problems, there are different types of treatments like physical surgeries, neuro-linguistic programming, psychic healing, psychic surgery, mind reprogramming techniques. Taking about the types of surgery, one is medical surgery, in which the patient is taken to the medical theater. Wherever there is a problem, the person is operated and the solution, the stitching is done and the person is sent. Second comes the etheric aura surgery. There are some specialized doctors in Philippines. You might have seen some psychic surgery videos on YouTube. These are the doctors cut the skin of the person wherever the problem is there. For example, there is a person is suffering from kidney stone. The kidney region is cut, and at that instant blood keeps flowing outside. The person doesn't even feel the pain. They don't even give anesthesia. The person even doesn't feel the pain. So if there is a kidney stone problem, they cut at the kidney region, they remove the stone, they stitch, and the person is completely normal. So you can imagine, by the etheric aura surgery, within one sitting itself, the kidney stone problem is completely cured, as the stone is removed from the kidneys. But this system is not much famous. Why is it not famous? Can you think? It is not famous because you might have seen that some chances, even after some operation of kidney stones, there are chances of reoccurrence of kidney stones after 3 to 5 years. If a person takes a chemotherapy treatment, even if the cancer is cured for that particular time, chances of repetition of cancer is again there for after 3-4 years. Why is this happening? All these medical treatments or the etheric psychic surgery is being done at the body level. But as I said previously, all the problematic information is stored here in the subconscious mind. All the negative thoughts, emotions, feelings are stored in the subconscious mind, based on which the aura system, body system, chakra system is being developed. So until and unless we completely remove the root cause from the subconscious mind, the chances are the problem comes in some or other way, or the repetition chances are continuous. There are other systems called pranic healing, in which the treatment is done in the chakra level and at the aura level. There is a system named as Reiki, in which healing is done at chakra level, aura level, and to some extent of subconscious mind. The psychic surgery which we teach is at the subconscious level and the body level. Here we format the subconscious mind totally and reprogram it with the solutions installation. And the karuna healing is the healing at the soul level. So the negative karmic information is deleted at the soul level also. So what we suggest is always learn the two system and integrate it for permanent result. When a person learns only psychic surgery, the healing is done at the subconscious and the body level. So even if the problem is cured at the subconscious level, chances are there that the imprints which are stored in the soul level again comes into the system. If the person learns only karuna healing, chances are there at the soul level all the clearance is done, but still to bring changes at the subconscious level and the body level, it takes lots of time. So when healing is integrated with psychic surgery, karuna healing, both healing systems together, it gives all-rounder solutions, soul and subconscious level also. So imagine a world as a better place, a problem-free place, a disease-free place, as we have permanent solution for all these problems with this healing system. So our mission is to make the world a better place. So we keep on traveling to different cities, different countries, teaching this system. So till date we have about 28,000 students. We have 60 centers all over world where we teach the karuna healing and psychic surgery methodologies, along with the scientific proof integration of aura photography research. So the best healing methodology, as per discussed, psychic surgery is mind and body level, combining with the soul level healing, karuna healing, removes the imprints of problematic information all-rounderly and provides us solutions of all our system. So that's all about my presentation. I would be happy if I can clarify some doubts to you.
Thank you for interesting the different part of the view of what we are talking about, the technology, the longevity research. But yeah, there's another part I think is also very famous. We can say the part of Indian science somewhere that we are dealing with. It's like a, so if anyone has a question, I guess so many must have a question regarding the same. So please ask Ilya or maybe Ilya.
Well, my question, of course, the use of scientific methods. In science, you're supposed to, produce papers, peer review, and gather evidence, statistics, things like that. With you, it's a little, it's science as it was done in a couple of 100 years ago. Sorry if I'm too frank, but it was my impression a little bit. But maybe I'm missing something. That's my impression.
Um, yeah, I would also like to know the more statistics kind of thing. This is what
Yes.
important in this field, like we are talking about. And yeah, but if there are so many results, so of course we also like to see the statistics. As I said, I think we also discussed before that the statistics. I mean, in the term of like Ilya saying the peer review. I mean, where people are people are also like to see exact method so that they comment on it, or maybe they can practice it, or maybe they repeat the same somewhere else, and that make it like no. What I want to say that sometimes people do not believe directly that these things possible without maybe without experiencing it, which is only possible when they come to your center. And
No,
another
no,
way
absolutely.
could be
Yeah, right.
like
Let me clarify some points here.
yeah.
Here, mostly our system is spreaded by word of mouth, and people's lives are changing. We already tell the other people due to this they come to us. Slowly, we are starting online marketing as well, so that many people can know and change their lives. So, in our workshop, we train people how to treat themselves when they practice at their home regularly. The problem is healed completely. So we have scientific reports of before after results of diabetes getting from 300 sugar level to 150 in 1 month itself. We have seen many. In November, I have teach the psychic surgery and Karna healing to a batch of doctors. A doctor had a high level of sugar problem, so he used to take insulin also, regular insulin. Within 1 month of healing practice itself, the insulin was completely left off. The healing system was once taught in a blind school, where our Dr. Uday Shah went to blind school and taught blind children the psychic surgery system. So when the blind school children were practicing regularly, about 30 to 35% people also started getting many visions, started seeing visions. So if I keep telling the experiences or keep telling the results, there are n number of results we got here, thousands of cases we have, thousands of scientific proofs and validations we have. Soon we'll be uploading in our website as well. Our website I'll give in the chat box. There you can see there is a miracle video. There was a lady suffering from rheumatoid arthritis from past 25 years. She was on completely on bed and on wheelchair from past 2 months. She was not able to walk at all. She was brought on wheelchair from New Delhi to Rishikesh to our retreat by her daughter. So second day when freshers learn the psychic surgery system, they just performed one healing session on the lady. After just one healing session, the lady who was on bed, who was on wheelchair from past 2 months, stood up automatically and started walking. The complete video recording you can see on our website. I'll share the URL. So miracles are endless. There are lots of scientific research. We go to medical hospitals as well. Recently, we went. There was a research in Ahmedabad, India, where Dr. Idasha did live research on a heart patient who got heart attack in previous night. He was suggested bypass surgery. There is something called ejection frequency. In, there is something called ejection frequency of a heart patient 20, if to bring the ejection frequency from 25% to 35%, bypass surgery is required. But after performing just few minutes of psychic surgery and karna healing, the ejection frequency went from 25% to 35%. That result was being seen live at the medical instrument by the medical instruments itself. So we do keep doing such kind of research, and we have a California Research of Institution. We are collaborated with California Research of Institution. Whatever information I presented here is with the collaboration of that institution. And I got a question in the chat box that am I pursuing this subject as a PhD? No, I'm not pursuing this subject as a PhD. I train this subject, the teaching of psychic surgery and karna healing. I used to have IT business before till August. After seeing miracles in the psychic surgery and karna healing, I left my business and joined the mission for full time.
Sure. Thank you. So all the best.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Priya.
thanks a lot.
That's a nice presentation, and again, I'm saying that's another part of the view of the current uh, issues we are dealing with. But of course, this is the topic of critics. That yeah, is it really possible or not? It's always the topic of critics. Maybe till the
Yeah, but we have
till the
scientific proofs,
person.
so there is no chance
No,
of
I'm
thinking.
just telling that with the
Right,
argument.
right.
Even I don't know because I never
Yeah, it's hard to
Not even I did
yeah.
yoga yet, so I don't know the actual experience with that. So the same feeling, same thing will happen with any kind of technology, any kind of method around the world, like you said. So anyway, thank you
Much
for
what we
your
have
nice presentation.
here we know.
Anyone else
Would we?
like to ask anything?
Yeah.
If not, then I think I can move on.
Avinash, I have a presentation. Do we have a time for short presentation?
Yeah, if you like to present, yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
Yeah, we have very short presentation, I guess, from.
yeah, it will just be 5 or 10 minutes, nothing more. I have also sent the presentation to your email ID. You can open it on your email if you want.
Yeah, it's all right. I will share it to everyone. You can speak on. It's fine.
Okay, I
Okay.
hope all enjoyed my presentation. Some information, valuable information
Yeah,
was, and thank
please
you.
share. Okay, you already shared the website, so I
Yeah,
think everyone like to visit that website. Those are
it's
really
naikarunnamission.com.
yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your nice presentation.
My pleasure.
I'm
Yeah,
just
Siddharth.
sharing my PowerPoint. Please confirm if you are able to view it. Are you able to see it now?
You can speak directly. It's fine. You just open in your computer and speak because it's not working correctly with anyone else. We are just speaking to make this presentation to be on the screen.
Sure. So PowerPoint is not working.
It's getting some problems, not sharing very well.
Sure, not a problem. I'll do what I'll just do. I'm for the one who are new to the meeting and who are new this year for the this year conference and they were not in the past longevity conference and the future day conferences. I am Siddharth Verma. I am from India. I have done my bachelor's in technology in India itself in instrumentation subject. I for around 2 years and 11 months I was associated with University of Western Australia in Perth, and I have worked in multinational companies, IBM, and right now I'm a systems engineer at TCS. I would just like to add to the base of the whole India Future Society, and what we are trying to do is we we are just running into the third year of our organization, and most of the work is being done by Avinash, and he is a really very intelligent guy. But yeah, I mean, we do have a lot of members, as you can see in our website. A nice website has been designed by Avinash, and we have been so our emphasis is, I mean, my emphasis in this talk would be that we are still, we are a chapter of Humanity Plus. We would like to be continued as a chapter of Humanity Plus, and Ilya Stambler, who is in Longevity Project, we became the member of International Longevity Alliance last year, and we are trying our best to do whatever we can to promote longevity. But Avinash also went to Taiwan. I am right now I am in Bangalore. I'm located in Bangalore. So, but we are doing whatever is possible from our side, and so the first event was in 2013. It was conducted in Ranchi and Kanpur. It was a real event. A lot of people came to the event. I have the presentation with me. I have I mean, I showed the pictures in the last longevity meeting. So in the 2004, our meeting was an online meeting. Online meeting we conducted with speakers. Some of the speakers are common as um, this meeting, but some of the speakers are new, and we are I'm really happy that we had new presentation. All the credit goes to Avinash for all the organizing everything. And in the third year 2015 also, we are just doing it online with all the speakers, as you can see in our website. So I just 3-4 points very briefly what our progress and developments. We have been we have continued the collaborated global effort to add to the growth of our organization. we have been publishing articles on emerging and future technologies, which is mostly being done by Avinash Singh. Avinash, founder, he takes care of like almost everything. Then India Future Society, we have continued to gather the equal amount of interest from international community for now in the third year also. So that's a good news for us. We have a more reach in public and outreach. More people know about us. Then recently, Elias Stambler posted a link on in our Facebook page of India Future Society about transhumanism and uh, India. It was a post in Business Insider, so it shows that this topic is being recognized by recognized journals like Business Insider. So I hope like next 1 or 2 years it will be more mainstream, and Wall Street Journal and Huffington Post and all these we would like to go to do those journals as well. And just a brief update that there is David Orban. David Orban, maybe some of you will know David Orban. He is a Hungarian entrepreneur and CEO of Stub. He is organizing a meeting on behalf of Network Society in March 2015. He is coming to India, so he will be in meeting on. He is organizing a meeting in Delhi, Goa, and Bangalore. So I will hopefully I will help for the Delhi event also, and Bangalore event. I am just trying to help him organize the event and find a place so that the meeting can go smooth. That is all I had to say from my side, and we look forward to continued collaboration from the international community, because we are very we are a very small community who are promoting this topic at the moment from India. I have not come across any other group who are doing this. I mean, there are many groups who are very focused, but just promoting the emerging and future technologies, it's just us at the moment. So yeah, so I hope it will go as it is. And thank you for the talks, all the talks, and thank you for all the time. And let's see where our efforts can take IFS to, and what we can contribute on a global level. So thank you. That is all I had to say from my end.
Thank you, Siddharth, for whatever you said for me. And of course, thank you for
Thank you, Siddharth.
your introduction again about the IFS to all of us who joined here and maybe watching on the live stream on the YouTube. So, Dr.
Joe's updated.
Porsche like to said something. Sorry for again wrong name. Okay, please go ahead, sir.
Well, first of all, this has been a very good meeting, almost 5 hours long since you began. And I am organizing another meeting with some friends in South America as well.
Okay.
And because that meeting has not begun because it was delayed, then I invited them to come here. So if you see some faces and some names that look Spanish, it's because they are from South America.
Yeah, that's right. So that means it's like you like to go somewhere else during this meeting. Is it what you want to say?
No. That we are living in a globalized world.
Yeah, of course.
And because we couldn't begin with the meeting for South America on time, I told them, okay, come and join the Indian meeting.
Okay, because of time
Thank you, Jose, for doing that.
That's wonderful. Actually, your presentation is also inspiring, and I think one of the senior person in this particular transhumanism or longevity activities, you are here among us. And of course, we are learning a lot from you and like inspiring more from you, and of course, Dr. Kurzweil and other similar people around the world, especially from America, I guess, USA. And thank you for you join today with us. Thank you for the talk.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I am senior because I'm older.
Yes,
Yeah, so
I
that's
also
why
personally must say, great pleasure to see you, Jose. You know, we've been in touch so much, but actually, I see you face to face if you existed. I hope we talk later on.
Yes. And once again, as you have seen, I have been publicizing a lot your book, huh? An
Yes,
excellent book about longevity.
I hope it translated through to Spanish someday. You know, maybe electronically, and generally we would be happy. And you know, if you like, maybe we can have a special session. More seriously, though, a special session how we can promote longevity research in Latin America. You know, understand this topic that's not well developed there, but perhaps we can discuss more specifically what we can do. You know, on our side, what kind of materials we can distribute. You know, what kind of scientists we can engage. Maybe collaborations. That is a huge topic that we may talk about.
Yes, Ilya, we have to work on this. And actually, let me introduce some of my friends who are online because they are from different countries. We have Jorge from Brazil, and we have Lucio from Colombia, and we have Yoskira from Venezuela, and I am in the USA.
Israel here.
thank you for everyone else who joined just at the end of meeting. It was great if you joined before. It's okay also, but there's a video itself on the YouTube which could be watched again at the end of the meeting or maybe now itself. So thank you for this meeting, and thank you for joining everyone. Thank you all those are watching our live streaming. So good night for them. See you next year again with the same event, with the more energy, with the more plans, maybe physical event somewhere in India, and with a more amazing speaker like all are here. So thank you.
Yeah, I
Thanks a
think
lot.
if we prepare, we may